Doctor? Doctor, come quickly!
I can't!
Question time.
Uh-huh.
What soup killed Robb Stark?
Bolton stew.
Italian wedding massacre.
Is that a name of a soup?
I think so.
No, I wouldn't know that, so... yeah.
I think there's also another one called The Bloody Wedding as well.
Of that.
Anyway, hello and welcome to day 20 of the Genesis of Andrew's Army Event Calendar for 2022. We are here to do a recap and rankings video for Game of Thrones Season 4. Now halfway through the TV show. Actually over halfway when you think about the episode number net count. But we've done 3 of these before, which has been really interesting. You know, we did the Season 1 recap, which came out at some point. God, it would have been... I think we filmed it in 2020 and it came out at some point like mid last year or something like that. And then the Season 2 and 3 recap came out during the December dump in 2021. And now we're doing the Season 4 recap. So this is kind of structured similarly to how we've done it with other shows, specifically Doctor Who being the main one that I've done it with. Did it with Jake and Adam before. For Series 1 and 2. But yeah, this is our 4th time doing this. These videos usually go really long because we have to talk about everything. We have to talk about everything. But yeah, I guess we'll just start with the obvious. What is your initial overview of Game of Thrones Season 4 as a whole?
As a whole, I would probably say that this season had great expectations in terms of building off into this new era of the show, which I kind of deemed it to be after episode 1, because it was quite a, not a reset, but it was quite the, we're now moving past the Starks against the Lannisters as the major thing of the show, considering that a lot of the Starks were killed at the end of the last season. This season started off so well, and then once we got to about the second half is where it started to crumble ever so slightly, episode by episode. While the episodes were still of a high bar, the leaks were starting to show, where eventually the episodes overall will start to decline quite heavily. Then you get to the last episode of this season and it falls off the cliff massively. So I am overall, in terms of it as a whole package, quite disappointed with how this season panned out. Because all the setup for this season was so good, for then the events of the last episode to happen really quite bugs me quite a lot. So my overall feelings are quite ill will towards this season as a whole, which is very unfortunate.
Yeah, because I think most of the season's actually quite good when you go percentage-wise. It's just that throughout the entire thing, from basically episode 3 to episode 8, there's just this leaking everywhere. All over the show, there's just these little holes in the ship that are just... like these... in every episode, there's just always these small little things that are just popping up everywhere around the show that are just like, hang on, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right, that's not right, which is going to become an interesting thing when we get eventually to after we talk about everything, all the characters. There's the categories that we do. When it comes to standout character, that's an interesting one to talk about for this season, because I feel like with this season, every single major character had something wrong happen to them, or if nothing wrong happened to them, they didn't get much screen time. So there was no for me, there was not a single character that was major that was left unscathed by this season, which says a lot about it. But the thing is, it's strange because the season as a whole is mostly good, and only some of it's a little bit bad. And then the very, very last episode puts a big damper on it. I think that's the main one that really fucks everything up is the children at the very, very end. But it's strange because despite having a really shit finale, it's still quite a really good season on the whole. But I think what's wrong with it mainly isn't the incidental moments, it's more so the overarching story where it really suffers the most because of how setups are paid off at the end of the day. And that's where season 4 kind of falls apart a bit, is the whole picture once you get to the end of it really is thrown out, it's tossed away a bit, and that's a shame because this season actually does have quite a lot of really good stuff in it despite that.
Yeah.
So it's certainly an interesting one. I wouldn't call Game of Thrones season 4 bad on the whole, but I would say that it does leave me unfulfilled a bit by the end of it because of how everything is handled by the end of it, if that makes sense. And when and so, you know, throughout the season, you know, the boat's got holes in it, and then in the finale the Titanic hits the iceberg, and then from here on is where it sinks into the ocean with seasons 5, 6, 7 and 8. Yeah. So yeah, it's a disappointing season, but still good on the whole. If you look at everything that happens in it, that's what I would say. What's kind of interesting about it is the sort of transitional period it does, where the very start of the season feels very consistent with like season 3's quality, and then the very end of the season is very consistent with season 5's quality. In some regards. So it's sort of a transitional period between... This season really is a transitional period between the A Song of Ice and Fire adaptation and Dave and Dan's Game of Thrones, if you get what I mean.
Yeah.
Which is why it kind of feels so jarring at the end.
Yeah, all I'd say is that I was expecting this season to not be... Because with every season we've had so far, there has been a slight decline in overall quality as a whole package. While there are still episodes of the show that are still hitching those heights, and new heights, I would say. And while this season, I think, had moments of that, I would say that it very much seems like the care and carefully constructed plot of the Game of Thrones world, there isn't as much care as there was in the last 3 seasons, I would say, overall. I think there's even more leaks coming through in every storyline with this season. And ideally, that's going to be the trend going forward, I would say, based on reception.
Yeah, because the thing is, you know, this is a very sort of not something that you can really define with... I guess, analytical terms, but with all of these 4 seasons we've done so far, in terms of just removing, you know, content of argument's sake, when I just think about, like, I hate to say it, but the vibes, there's this very distinct feeling of season 1 being consistently great all the way through, consistently well thought out genius craft all the way through. Every character gets about as much as they need to sustain what they need, and like the entire thing feels really, really tight, and every episode feels like everything matters and everything's important and everything is, you know, building well. There's no real holes at all in season 1, to be honest. on the whole. And then with season 2, it still has the same level of everything's important, everything's, you know, all the characters get a lot of focus, and there's a lot of stuff like that. But season 2 makes a few mistakes along the way, but it still has the same sort of, I suppose you could say, it has the same level of focus, the same level of importance, the same level of drama that season 1 has, just has slightly more flaws, which drags it down a bit. And then season 3, whilst there is a lot of certainly highs in there, a lot of it seems to flatten out a bit, and there's not as much. Not everything feels as important as it did in the past 2 seasons, but there's still like a consistently good level of quality going through it. It just doesn't feel as monumental, apart from a few key moments, but there's parts of the show that's starting to feel like it's setting into a groove rather than constantly breaking ground. And then with season 4, what you get is you actually start to see, rather than it being consistent, it's now starting to become a bit inconsistent. And you're noticing that some things are good and some things are creeping into bad, and some things definitely verge really hard into bad, in a few rare cases. And so the decline in quality has been there the whole time, but it's been gradually doing so over the course of it. And here we are at the end of season 4, and now we're about to enter the wilderness, I guess you could say, of the show, where now we are questioning where going forward is what balance of good and bad is it going to be in the next season, now that we have seen what happened in this final episode, and sort of the leaks that happened throughout this season, and also the gradual decline from 1 to 4. You know, what percentage of good and bad is there going to be a balance now, I think is the question going forward with the trajectory of the quality that we've seen. It's not exactly inspiring, given that it's been, I wouldn't say so. Given that it's been spiraling downward and not up. Anyway, shall we get into talking about all the characters in depth?
Yeah, I guess we shall.
As always, we've got so many characters to get through. This usually takes hours, so let's get right into it. Tyrion Lannister.
What a shame. What a shame.
It starts brilliantly, though. Like, it really starts really brilliantly.
Starts really well.
You know, how he's accused of murder at the Purple Wedding, and he's stuck in a prison cell trying to make strategy happen on the back foot, which is really interesting. And he's trying to communicate to all of his different friends from the outside of how can he get out of this. He has the whole trial where he's betrayed by certain people, gaslit by certain people, and then has this massive outburst, which was amazing. One of the best performances in Game of Thrones by Peter Dinklage. The trial by combat happens, and Oberyn loses that, so Tyrion ends up losing the trial by combat, which is something that he feared could happen and ended up happening. And, you know, there's a few little cracks in there throughout the season. Like, you know, there's bits with his relationship with Shay and how they handled that. We'll get more into that when we get to Shay, because I think it's more of a her problem than a him problem on the whole. And there's the Smash the Beatles scene, which is a bit stupid and self-indulgent, but it was going so well, and then episode 10 happened and they assassinated his character arc, and it was terrible.
Yeah, they made him really stupid.
Yeah. So yeah.
They don't give him an actual motivation to go into Tywin's room. There's just none.
So what I would say is that with Tyrion, like, the setup was brilliant. The tension building to the climax of his story was really, really good, and then some of it was really brilliant, especially the big speech at the trial. But then the payoff was about as bad as it could have been.
Pretty much.
Yeah, you go in depth on Tyrion Lannister.
Yeah, it's a real shame because Tyrion was probably one of the most consistent characters up until this point. before this season, he was pretty much top tier, like top 3 characters in the whole show. And with this season, they start him off with all the setup and the execution of that setup throughout pretty much all the episodes of this season. It's really well done and it's really well executed, and Peter Dinklage does a fantastic job with the material he's given, especially in the trial. I think that's where he really shines as the actor.
Absolutely.
And the character really starts
that's his best moment. That's his best moment from the season. The character
seems to have this sort of, like, what would be the word? Like, realization, I guess. You know, this sort of, like, epiphany about, like, this city is fucking disgusting. These people are disgusting. I've been on trial all my life as simply living as a dwarf. And you think with that, it's sort of a moment that there's no turning back. And that's where it's going. And then you get to the last episode where, for some reason, he decides after he's now free, he pretty much can just go and, you know, avoid being killed. He decides for no reason that actually makes any sense based upon the evidence and information we have and he has. He decides to go and kill Tywin. Like, that's what he's decided before he even sees Shay. Because why else would he be there? Why else would he be going to see Tywin before leaving? Mm-hmm. And then they give the actual reason is that if you really dissect the dialogue he has with Tywin in that final scene, the reason why he's so angry at him is because he sentenced him to die because he lost the trial by combat, even though he knew that he didn't kill Joffrey. Which seems really poor reasoning, because first off, Tywin was going to send him to the wall, and there's no evidence to suggest that he wouldn't do that. It's for Tywin in that situation, he would probably think that's actually probably the best thing, because it would remove Tyrion of all his titles and everything. So even though he's a Lannister by name, in all the ways that matter, he would not be, because he's going to be at the wall for the rest of his life till he dies. So him being mad at Tywin because he was sentenced to die because he demanded a trial by combat, based upon his anger against the city for being a dwarf, to him then be motivated to kill Tywin because of that, because he lost the trial by combat that he demanded. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any sense. It makes Tyrion look really fucking stupid. Which is not who he is. He's not a stupid person. So to then have that scene with the added context of what happened with Shay, the reason why he ends up killing Tywin is because Tywin calls Shay a whore twice, even though that is exactly what Shay is, and she's kind of proved that and has betrayed Tyrion in such a petty way. Like, he knows the reason why Shay has done the thing she's done is because she's a jealous girlfriend. There's nothing really else to suggest anything else. Which seems, if I was Tyrion, and Tyrion would probably think, wow, you're being very petty. I'm trying my best to do my best for Sansa, make sure she's comfortable, make sure she's, not treated badly by any of the Lannisters, especially by Joffrey. And Shay to be so jealous and angry about that, to then try and get him killed in the trial, basically, because that's pretty much their motivation. But to him then to be angry about the fact that she was a whore, just that whole final scene with Tyrion makes him look incredibly stupid to major degrees. And it's a real shame, because before the season, he was the most consistent character probably in the entire show. And now he's kind of ruined as a character because he made a decision that doesn't make any sense for him to do based on the evidence he had.
Yep, and the only reason it happened that way is because they changed the characters, but they had to keep the same major plot points, or at least they thought they had to.
Yeah, because they wanted to. That's the be-all end-all of it.
Well, because the thing is, they're like, well, we need to kill Shay and we need to kill Tywin, so we'll just have the plot points play out the same way, but we'll
though the plot has been taken it in a slightly different direction, so the context of these characters is slightly different.
Yeah.
We want to still have that scene because yeah.
Yeah, because book Tyrion, book Shay, and book Tywin are different to the TV show versions by season 4.
Yeah.
And that's why that scene doesn't work, because that scene works really well with those characters, but they're not the same characters as the TV show versions.
The TV show versions of the characters are much different.
Yeah, and also, like, again, it's like I said, the reason why he wants to kill Tywin in the books and is motivated to is because Jaime tells him that Tysha was never a whore. The reason why, and then the manner in which he kills Shay is that she begs for mercy and he kills her in cold blood and murders her, rather than her try to kill him and he kills her in self-defense like in the TV show. And then the reason why Tywin saying whore is such a trigger is because Tysha's not a whore, whereas Shay is a whore, and because in the books Tywin was a massive hypocrite who built himself a tunnel to the whorehouse, whereas in the TV show that's never implied. And the reason why thematically he dies on the shitter in the books is because it's whether or not Lannisters shit gold, whereas in the TV show they don't even have a line about that. So they have the same plot points happen, but they have it with different characters, and that makes it completely arse backwards. Because instead of Tyrion turning into, you know, a rogue, chaotic, evil-minded murderer, he's just some innocent guy who's been helped out of prison and then chooses to kill his dad for no reason. So it's just character assassination. It's fucking awful. It's absolutely horrendous what they did to him in episode 10. It's a shame, because all the setup to episode 10 was really good before that. So in some ways, Tyrion is one of the best things about season 4, but he's also one of the worst as well.
Yeah, they make him one of the worst and quite quickly. Like, it takes 10 minutes to completely butcher his character.
Yeah, it's scary how quickly you can assassinate a character. After, like, years of building up, you know, Tyrion. Over the last, like, over the first 38 episodes of the show. Building up his character over the first 38 episodes of the show. And then, within 10 minutes, he's ruined. And he's ruined forever. Like, he never, ever comes back from this for the rest of the show. Like, he's genuinely fucked for the rest of the show because they changed what is arguably the most important detail in his character arc. They changed it because they wanted his character to be different. But because they changed his character, the plot points don't make sense. Therefore, his character is ruined. And going forward, he doesn't have a character arc that the way, at least he doesn't have the same character arc he did in the books, so they have to replace it with a different one, and we'll get to how they deal with that in season 5, because Jesus fucking Christ, Dave and Dan. Like, they thought their alternative was going to be better for the TV show, and then what happens, and it all starts here when they decided to remove the Tysha confession, but still have him kill Tywin anyway, and Shay, which is just unforgivable. It's just ridiculous what they did with Tyrion at the end of the season. But yeah, Peter Dinklage is still amazing. The speech during the trial is still one of the best moments in the show for him, but a real disappointment because he was one of the best characters that got up to this point. He was one of the best characters. He could have ended up being the best character in the entire series had they not made this change. Had they not done what they did in the last episode of season 4, he could have ended up being the number 1 best character in the whole show. But he isn't. He isn't because of what they do here, and he isn't because of what they do after. And it's an absolute, like, it's just misery that Dave and Dan decided to go down this path. But yeah, anything else you wanted to add on that?
It's really annoying when one of the best characters in the show is just utterly destroyed in just 10 minutes. Like, how quickly it can be to completely butcher a character is quite powerful. And, you know...
Yeah, you literally, like, how to butcher a character in 10 minutes. You know what's sad is that, like, it's not like they were written into a corner. It's not like they had no other choice. If they wanted to, they could have just adapted what was in the books and done it exactly the same way.
They could have done that. Yeah.
Or they could have done something completely different with different plot points that would have made sense for the changes they've made.
A different conversation in a different setting that more fits the characters.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned in the last reaction, I felt like a scene, even just environmentally, a scene with Tywin on the throne makes more sense to be his death. You know? That makes more sense to me with TV Tywin.
Yeah.
Than on the toilet.
Yeah, but this is the thing, is like, they wanted to change the characters, but they couldn't be bothered to make new plot points, and so they just kept them the exact same. And it's fucking stupid.
Yeah. Real shame. Real shame.
Yep. Speaking of, Tywin Lannister. Tywin Lannister.
Oh, man. Oh, man.
This is a tough one because Tywin Lannister is my favorite character in the TV show, but however, his last scene, it kind of puts a massive black mark all over it, which is it's so annoying because everything before that one last scene on the toilet was like perfect for his character. He was like, in terms of specifically him, other characters, whatever, around him, that's different. But we're talking specifically just Tywin Lannister from seasons 1 to season 4, episode 8. He's basically like perfectly written, perfectly conceived, perfectly performed by Charles Dance. Everything about him is just beautiful. And then you get to the fact that he gets killed on the toilet and is exposed to be a hypocrite out of nowhere with no foreshadowing, and it just... It's so disappointing. It's so disappointing to just see this character that I love just not get the ending that would have tied the knot perfectly on who Tywin is, you know? That's the
absolutely.
real shame with him. I think it's that's really the only issue with Tywin in the show, isn't it? Is that they didn't foreshadow that he's a hypocrite.
Yeah, there was nothing of that to suggest that in any way.
Mm-hmm.
That's not really who his character was in the background.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. If you're gonna do this, you need this. You can't even just do this. I would say in a few episodes in this season. I feel like you have to do this for quite a while with a lot of clever setup, where there's an acknowledgement of it, but there's zero. There's absolutely nothing to suggest that he is the hypocrite that the show thinks he is in the final scene, because it completely comes across as a complete flippant twist out of nowhere where none of it interlinks with anything.
They had the opportunity.
It makes it seem like they just decided they wanted him to be a hypocrite in that
like moment. They had one scene where he talks about his father with Arya at Harrenhal in season 2, but they don't expand on that enough.
No, because the way you can take that is the fact that he is better than his father. He has more honor for his name than his father. That's why that's based on all the other stuff we've seen. That's how you would take it.
Yeah, but the ingredient that they're missing is, seeding to you that actually he is just like his father, and he hates it. He hates that he's like that, and he's just like his son too. He's just like Tyrion. But they don't really show you that in the show until it's too late. And it's a shame because throughout the rest of the season, he gets a lot of great things to do. He gets the whole thing where he splits Ned Stark's sword into 2 and gives one to Jaime and one to Joffrey, and then Jaime ends up giving one to Brienne, which we'll get to later. And then we have, him at the Purple Wedding, and he has that awkward conversation with Oberyn Martell and Ilaria Sand. That was great. And then the whole thing of him seeing Joffrey's death and then putting Tyrion on trial, having him imprisoned. And, you get the whole brothel scene with him and Oberyn Martell. I mean, I guess that's visually, it's somewhat foreshadowing that Tywin walks in the brothel, but they only show him his disgust towards it. They don't show any sign of, oh, he's been here before. That's how he knows where it is. It's like, no, they don't talk about the secret tunnels or anything. But like, they have that great scene with him and Oberyn, and there's the whole trial itself. There's the whole thing of his strategy to send him to the wall, the conversation he has with Jaime. There's how Oberyn tries to embarrass him in front of everyone at the trial by combat, by talking about who gave the order. It's great. And then you get him getting shot on the toilet in episode 10, and it just kind of puts a big stinky wet fart all over this great character. I don't think he's as assassinated as Tyrion is, but he is ruined in some respects because they don't give him a good ending.
For me, even though it's probably not as bad as Tyrion, I think it pisses me off more because of how much of like he was like such a, even just superficially, such a cool character to have in this kind of show. Yeah, for me, it just pisses me off even more that that's the way you kill him, in the most embarrassing and lamest way you could probably think of for this kind of character.
Yeah. Part of it.
It's a real shame
also,
because Charles Dance gives some really great performances in this season too.
And some people might say that part of the issue is that Charles Dance as an actor makes Tywin a lot cooler than he is in the books, and maybe that's why the getting shot on the toilet thing doesn't work as well with him, because it doesn't suit Charles Dance.
Oh, it definitely doesn't.
Like, it doesn't feel right for his version of Tywin Lannister, whereas when you remove the actor from it and you only look at the source material, he's not as charismatic as Charles Dance's Tywin Lannister is. And so it's so jarring seeing him in his dressing gown having a shit, and that's how he gets killed. Doesn't feel right for Charles Dance, but it does feel right on paper for a Lannister father hypocrite who wants people to think that that his house is not one for whoring, not one for being devious, and not one for being cunning, even though he is all of those things. On paper, that makes sense, but for a hypocrite to die that way. But for Charles Dance's very regal, very family-oriented Tywin Lannister, with all of his pride and his nobleness, and just the sort of... Because the way they portray him in the show is more so, he doesn't do any of the things that Tyrion does, and that's why he hates Tyrion, as opposed to being, he wishes Tyrion wasn't like his father, which is what they should have done if they wanted to do that twist. It's very weird. And it's part of the issue of when you do half adaptation, of when you change characters and their motives and their personalities and their outlook, but then you keep all the same major plot points. You don't change them to adjust with those characters. And then you run into these inconsistencies and these massive issues that create ill-fitting plot points for who these characters are, and that doesn't feel right. It feels like it's in the Twilight Zone or something, you know? It's like, imagine if you think about all of this is a whole different thing, but like you think about all like the Doctor Who regeneration stories and how they're supposed to be catered towards each incarnation's characterization. Imagine if you just got like all of them in a box and you shook them up and you had different incarnations and different stories that are ill-fitting of their characters. It would just be so strange to see. Like, imagine seeing Peter Davison's Doctor in The End of Time. It just wouldn't work because it doesn't fit his character. And then if you got, say, William Hartnell's Doctor in The Time of the Doctor, it just wouldn't work. It's like there's a disconnect because you've got plot points written for different characters, and you put those characters in those same plot points. And they may have the same name, but the adaptation has changed so much that they no longer suit those plot points, and it's a real issue with Dave and Dan. is that they're very capable of thinking of their own ideas of what they want the characters to be, but they're not good at thinking about how can we create a different plot point to fit these characters, because they just want to keep all, as you said in the review, the same iconic moments, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, Tywin still gets some really good scenes. Like, there's that great scene at the wedding with him and Olenna Tyrell, how they're talking about how they're old and, you know, they're going to die soon and all that.
Yeah.
It's very
that was
candid.
a really good scene.
Very candid. But, yeah. Great character overall, but a very disappointing ending. Given.
Absolutely. Real shame. Real shame.
Yep. Alright. Cersei Lannister.
Yeah, out of all the Lannisters characters, she's probably still the most consistent.
Yeah, but
I'd
she probably
say
gets...
out of all
At
of
the
them.
same time, she probably gets the least to do in Season 4 out of them.
Oh yeah, she spent most of the season mourning and being angry at Tyrion. That's kind of what she just did this season, really.
Mm-hmm.
And I felt like her best scenes were like scenes with like Marjorie a lot of the time, and those weren't too often.
Well, I think most of what she gets is in like the first half of the season, and then she kind of disappears for a lot of the second half until the very last episode.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like I would say, some of her best scenes are probably from episode 2.
Yeah, certainly. Especially that scene she has with Brienne. And the scene she has with Oberyn as well. And Pycelle. But of course, you know, when she sees Joffrey die, that she's sort of steals the show, really.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah. I mean, she definitely plays more of like a mourning mother, more so than the devious Lannister character she was before, because of the nature of the season's plot being about Joffrey's death.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, there's not really much else to say other than I think there's a lot of really good scenes with her individually, and I think the performer does such a great job with the character.
Yeah,
I think with Cersei, there's still things to go with, I would say, and there's still a lot of good to be had with her going forward. It's just her relationship with the other Lannister characters and even just other characters in general that, due to the events that were so poorly done in episode 10, I'm worried where it's going to go from here with her character.
Well, there's two things I'd say about Cersei this season. Firstly, they certainly have established that she's got a more like unhinged, chaotic nature now, in the sense that she's just completely willing to tell Tywin the truth about her and Jaime and the children, which establishes that side of her character. But there's one really major fuck up they did with Cersei, and that was the rape scene in The Sept of Baelor. Which is unfortunate, because if they had executed that sex scene the right way, it would have drawn a parallel to the scene that they do in episode 10 with her and Jaime, where it's the other way around. Because if she's,
I think was the point.
You know, if it was her saying,
yeah.
If it was her saying, they'll see us, and he says, I don't care, and then in the last episode he says, they'll see us, and she says, I don't care, that parallel would have worked, but they didn't do that in Breaker of Chains, and so the parallel doesn't work quite as well because they cut the scene weirdly. And it makes it look like a rape scene instead of a sex scene.
Yes.
That was the only real major blunder they did with Cersei, and it was completely accidental. Well, as far as we know. You never know with D&D.
No, you never do. You never do.
Yeah, but I'd say on the whole, my take on Cersei in season 4 is positive. I just don't think she got as much to do as she did previously.
Yeah.
She's certainly
I think she has quite a few standout scenes, but yeah.
She's certainly nowhere near as good as she was in like season 2, for example, where she was all over the show and she was brilliant in every episode.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that version of Cersei and the writing behind her has sort of seemingly disappeared.
Yeah, like, do you remember how important she was in Blackwater, for example?
Yeah, that one especially, yeah.
Just possibly It was like her and Tyrion were like the best things about that episode, from memory.
They were very much the standout parts of it in terms of
Yeah.
characters.
Yeah. Now look at where they are. Well, at least Tyrion, look at where he is now compared to Blackwater. Oh dear. Anyway. So yeah, Cersei was good, but yeah, it's she certainly had some of her screen time shaven off, especially in the second half. Wasn't really about her as much. It was more reactions to things happening to other characters. Now, Jaime Lannister. Funnily enough, in season 3, we voted him as the best. I believe we voted him as the best character of the season for season 3 because he went on that massive arc with Brienne. And we obviously the most major moment was in Kiss by Fire in the bathtub when he talked about the Mad King and Ned Stark, which is one of the best scenes in the entire franchise. And then of course, you know, him saving Brienne from the bear and all that. So in this season, you know, shaves clean, cuts his hair short, gets a metal hand, learns how to sword fight again. He's in King's Landing for pretty much the whole season. And we see some polarity for him, but I think the characters that Jaime seems to interact the most with are his father, his sister, his brother, and Brienne at the start. That seems to be the ones he has. And obviously, I think there's a bit of training with Bronn as well, but whatever. I wouldn't count that as major. But I think the most interesting scenes for me with Jaime in this season are the scenes he has with his father. I think they're really, really good scenes.
The first scene in episode 1, I think, is probably one of his best scenes, I would probably say.
And then
and the scene at the trial.
Yeah, episode 6, that scene as well. Yeah, both those scenes are fantastic. So I think everything with Jaime and his father is great. Everything with him and Brienne also was really good too. I think one of my favourite moments of Jaime this season, if not my favourite, is when he gives Oathkeeper to Brienne. That was a brilliant moment. When he gives her the Valyrian steel sword because he doesn't want to use it and because he's lost his sword fighting hand and thinks that she deserves to have it. Is a really big moment for them. And then he says farewell to her, and then Podrick goes with her. I loved that. However, it's the other stuff where things go a little pear-shaped. So obviously, the sex scene in the Sept of Baelor is a big no-no because of how it's executed. And like the whole build-up as well with like Jaime's just come back after all this time and he wants to have sex with Cersei again and she's like rejecting him. And then by the end, she starts to want him again. Which is... It's a bit strange how they did all that stuff with him and Cersei. And also the whole polarity of it is that he's gone on this entire journey with Brienne and he's suddenly, now that he's back with Cersei again, he's having conflict, but the way that the polarity is portrayed is a little bit, it seems a little bit shifty. It's not as natural as I'd think it should be. Probably because of how much time he spends there and how much time he spends darting between these characters. And then, of course, with Tyrion, there's a whole weird thing of Jaime not offering himself up to the trial, and this is an issue that arises because they wait for Oberyn to put himself forward. And then, of course, the whole Smash the Beatles thing was weird. And then, for me, the real bugbearer for me is the fact that this isn't something that is inherently terrible within the finale episode, but it's going forward. I really don't like it. The change that they made is the fact that Tyrion doesn't tell Jaime about Lancel Lannister sleeping with Cersei. And I think cutting that out removes a whole character motive for him going forward, which means that instead of him knowing, he just doesn't know about Lancel Lannister sleeping with Cersei, and so it creates a static relationship as opposed to one that has him begin to hate her, which is really the natural point that should be happening from here, right? Where he comes back after all this time with Brienne on the King's Road, and then he starts to his relationship with Cersei doesn't feel like it's You know, what really should be happening is that he feels like he can't rekindle that relationship with Cersei anymore. Something feels different. He can't have the same relationship he had with her before he left. And then what happens in the books is that because he finds out about Lancel Lannister, he starts to hate her. Because they don't do that in the show, they have her instead, they rekindle their relationship and they're back together by the end of the season. And for me, I feel like with Jaime, it kind of feels like he goes in a bit of a circle, and it's weird. I don't know how to feel about it. What are your thoughts?
Feels like such a downgrade with Jaime this season. Really, yeah. Those scenes with Tywin are probably the standout scenes with Jaime this season, and that scene with Brienne when she is sent off. I think that scene is very good, along with him giving her his sword. And everything else, though, it feels like quite a downgrade from last season, where he was pretty much having the standout scene pretty much every other episode. He kind of feels like he's just there, and then when he is there, a majority of the time, the writing for him feels quite subpar, and it feels like he's sort of stagnated a little bit this season overall, which is quite very disappointing, because last season he was definitely the best character last season, without a doubt for me.
Yeah, it's a shame, and I think what it really comes down to is that Dave and Dan decided they wanted him to get back with Cersei again, which I thought was a mistake, honestly. I think it's a mistake that they ended up doing that, because it feels like he's gone in a massive circle, as opposed to what they should have done, which is, in my opinion, I mean, yeah, sure, you can do something different, but I think with Jaime Lannister, this is not a character you want to change, because he's so well... his character is so perfect in the books that changing anything about him just seems ludicrous. Especially given that Nikolai Coster-Waldau is such a perfect casting choice for this character. He feels so fit for the book Jaime. I feel like deciding to rekindle with Cersei by the end of season 4 was a mistake, and I feel like it would have been so much better had they told the story of him falling out of love with Cersei and then growing to hate her after he finds out that she cheated on him with Lancel. I feel like that is the way they should have gone with Jaime, but instead they don't, and it's like a massive downgrade from what they could have done. And it's disappointing to me that they went in that direction, because, like you said, he was the best thing about season 3, his character, and just it's disappointing to see him lose that momentum massively, because he's great. Season 1 Jaime and season 2 season 1 and 2 Jaime were really, really good, and then season 3 Jaime was top tier. So yeah, what a shame. As soon as he cut his hair, he seemed to lose his character a bit.
A little bit. Once he got scrubbed up and sort of washed out, that sort of nuance is seemingly lost. Really? Yeah. Annoying, because last season he was pretty much the best character.
I think we should move on and talk about someone that was genuinely positive in every appearance. I think Joffrey Baratheon. He was only in the first 2 episodes, and then he was a corpse in the 3rd one. But I thought Joffrey's exit was excellently handled. I loved the way they handled Joffrey's exit.
The death and his sort of final scene was executed pretty well. And I don't think he could go out probably better than that. I think in sort of a very fitting way for him.
Yep.
I'd say that the performance was quite brilliant, and the actual execution of it all was so well calculated. And I'm very impressed with how they took out Joffrey in the show. It's quite the shock I would say quite the right time. I would say it's just a shame that past that point they don't really deliver on the aftermath as much as I would hope, other than probably the trial.
Yeah.
But yeah, in terms of Joffrey himself, I would say, yeah, excellent stuff in those 2 episodes.
Yeah. I mean, Jack Gleason he was already like great from the start, but he just evolved as an actor every season, and he just mastered that performance. And that performance he gives in episode 2 is just is the best way to go out. Like, he just perfectly captured this little shit's death episode so well. I love how they dedicated the majority of an entire episode just to kill off this one character. There was so much care put into it and so much build up, and it was beautifully paid off with him getting poisoned by Olenna Tyrell and Littlefinger, and just the whole scene of him coughing it all out and his face going purple, and just the whole death was beautiful. It was brilliant. So yeah, on the whole, I think we can say Joffrey is definitely one of the best characters in Game of Thrones, because he was great in everything he did, basically from beginning to end. I think.
I think so.
I think it'd be hard to argue against that. Like seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4, he's so good in everything. And Jack Gleason is one of the best young actors I think I've ever seen too. Like, especially when you think about how good he was in the first season,
up there for sure.
given how young he was. Sure. I mean, he is technically an adult by season 4, but at the start of the show, he was genuinely like, a child, technically speaking. Like, he was in his teen years, and he did so well.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say that he does quite the job with Joffrey throughout his entire tenure. I don't think that he could have done much better, I'd say, with the material he was given.
Yep. Absolutely. It's interesting because, like, it's funny how all the like casual fans hate Joffrey. They all say they hate Joffrey, but it's amazing how much the show just falls off after he's dead. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, when Joffrey is still alive, the show still feels like it's in its prime. Yeah,
pretty much, I would say, based on the fact that with the other eight episodes he wasn't in, the quality in terms of like as an overall package, it does slightly decline once his character is dead.
Yeah. Anyway. Then, obviously, springing off that, we crown a new king, Tommen Baratheon, who's almost the complete opposite of Joffrey in terms of characterization of what the kind of person he is. And what I love about Tommen is that he's such a minor character despite being the king. And that he is literally a puppet for everyone else to play with. For Tywin to play with, and especially for Marjorie to play with. And I think my favorite moment with Tommen in this season is during the trial when he forfeits his power to Tywin Lannister, because he's basically been manipulated into not having any say over anything despite being the king. And that's what makes him great as a purpose. I also think that Dean Charles Chapman is a good, like, young actor, and I think recasting him now that he's got a more important role was a good idea. Because, the actor who plays him in season 1 and 2 is, he's a cute kid and whatnot, but he's not going to be able to carry this level of drama. And I think Dean Charles Chapman does a good job of portraying this very innocent puppet boy that's being manipulated by everyone around him, despite the fact that he's literally the king of Westeros. But he's just a kid. He doesn't know what he's doing. And that is so interesting, to have this innocent child in charge of the world. So yeah, your thoughts on Tommen?
Yeah, I think for what the material they give him, I think with where the season was going, I think they did a pretty good job with him. And I would say the performance, while it doesn't require a whole lot with that kind of character, I think the actor did a very good job. I think I'm interested to see what they do with them next season, because this season was pretty much a transition between the two kings. So I feel like next season, with the aftermath of Tywin's death, how, the entire council was going to react going forward.
Yes,
with
because
such
now
a
that
major player.
now that the hand of
Go
the now that the hand of the king is dead and his grandfather is dead, who is going to try and manipulate Tommen now? You know, who's going to become the new hand of the king?
When you think the person who's probably going to be a major player in that would be Marjorie, considering the plan right now is for them there to eventually be wed.
Yep. And you have to imagine that Cersei's going to try and have some say in this as well now that Tywin's gone. And that Tyrion's no longer there. And Jaime seems to be pretty under Cersei's control now.
Pretty much.
You have to imagine that Cersei's going to have a lot of say in what goes on with Tommen from now on. You're going to try and... I think it's the idea that's presented is it's going to be like a tug of war between Cersei and Marjorie for Tommen's, like, you know, affection, I guess. You know, who can control the king. And that is really personal for Cersei because it's literally her child. So, yeah.
Yeah.
Tommen...
very protective, especially after multiple... she even mentioned Cersei in this season, the like amount of loss she's had. Not just in death, but her daughter being sent away. So, yeah.
Absolutely.
She's a character who's going to be very protective of him.
Absolutely. It's interesting, because Tommen Baratheon is kind of more of a device for the story rather than a character, but I think they use him well.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah.
I would say that they do what they need to do, and they do it simply but effectively.
Yep. Of course, that then leads on to Marjorie Tyrell, who has an interesting season because she starts as Joffrey's queen. They're about to get married, and then he dies, and then she moves quickly on to Tommen, and then has suspicions about Joffrey's death and finds out that her grandmother was, her grandmother hints at being responsible but doesn't tell her outright. And then she kind of disappears for a lot of the second half. She doesn't have much to do with the trial.
The last sort of 4 episodes, she kind of just disappears.
Like, she's there, but she doesn't really say anything. It's once...
Well, I don't think she even appeared on screen in the last 3 episodes.
Yeah, probably. I think the last time we saw her was in the trial room.
Yeah.
Maybe during the trial by combat. Maybe during the trial by combat.
Maybe.
But yeah,
but in terms of her actually having a presence, it's pretty much gone by the trial.
Yeah, but most of her stuff as a character is done in the first half of the season. In that she has the reuniting with Brienne of Tarth, and they talk about Renly Baratheon, and then of course there's I think her standout episode is the second one, you know, with the wedding, because obviously she's one of the main characters in it. She's Joffrey's bride, and I love the way that she reacts to Joffrey's terrible moments, like how, you know, Joffrey's embarrassing Tyrion at the wedding, and then she's like, "Look, the pie!" That was great. And then, of course, you know, the secret moments where, you know, she's talking to Olenna about the necklace before the wedding, and then she's talking with her after the wedding about Joffrey's death, and then doing work on Tommen. And then she obviously has that whole scene with Tommen where she goes into his bedroom and says, "Our little secret." So yeah,
I thought quite the manipulator.
Yes, so I think Marjorie was good, but yeah, she's only really in half the season at the start.
Pretty much.
It's a bit like how she's only in like a bit of season 2 as well, but she's really good in the bits she is in. I think season 3 was more like her standout because she was there for most of the whole thing, and she was there to basically manipulate Joffrey from the last episode of season 2 up until the Purple Wedding was like her peak of being in the show up to this point. So I think they used her well. It'd just be interesting going forward in season 5 how they handle her now that she's going to get married to Tommen. If now that she's with a stable king, can the Tyrells get more power? That would be the question, right?
Yeah.
Of course, speaking of Tyrells, we have the Queen of Thorns, Olenna Tyrell, who also mainly only appeared in the first half of the season, but it's because she actually left halfway through back to
Yeah,
Highgarden.
it was for character reasons.
Yes, of course, because she was there to help with the assassination of Joffrey, which is pretty major.
Much, yeah.
It's pretty major.
Yeah, that's a pretty major thing, so yeah, she needs to get out.
I think the way they used Olenna in the first half of the season was brilliant. I thought it was so
Agreed.
good.
I think she's great, and I think the character slowly but surely is becoming more prominent in terms of what their true motives are.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, the writing for her is very, very, very good.
It's funny how, because some people will pass her off as a side character, but she literally assassinates the king.
She is quite a major player in terms of the world, that's for sure.
She commits regicide. Yeah, and I think the whole way that they deliver that whole build up to the Joffrey dying and then the aftermath with her is so well done. How in the first episode she's looking at necklaces, and then, you know, obviously the poison vial is smuggled into Sansa's necklace, and then she pulls it off the thing to pour it into Joffrey's cup, and then Joffrey drinks it and dies, and then afterwards she fiddles with the necklace around Marjorie's neck. And then obviously announces that she's going away conveniently, but whilst Tyrion is on trial, so that she's not there if they suspect her. It's really clever. And of course, Diana Rigg is super charismatic, and she has all the same like sassy jokes that she always has that are great. So, yeah.
Yes, I agree.
Olenna Tyrell is a thumbs up. Then of course
Double thumbs up from me.
We had Marjorie's dad and Olenna's son, Mace Tyrell, who is, in a lot of ways, he is a minor character because he doesn't have a lot to do. But I think what's great about Mace Tyrell is that he's a reaction character, in that he's always there to respond to things happening around him, and he seems he's a bit naive and a bit stupid in some respects, because he doesn't really understand the complexities of everything happening, and he's so just morally, I guess, adorable that he gets so easily frightened and upset by, awful happenings and disgusting ideas. And then I also love during the wedding how Mace Tyrell pretends like everyone's having a good time, but eventually Joffrey just breaks him, and then he just stops having fun. That's really sad. But I think probably my favorite Mace Tyrell bits in this season are during the trial, when he's one of Tywin's just useless left-hand man. He's just like, You said she was what? You're what, sir? My whore. Good heavens. Yeah. So I think Mace Tyrell he's an interesting player, because you could fuck up this character pretty badly by just making him comedy, but I think by having him be so naive and clueless as to the truth, I think it makes him an interesting... Given that he's he's an important member of a very important house, it's interesting how clueless he is as to what's going on, especially given that his mother and his daughter know everything that's going on, basically. They're master manipulators, whereas Mace Tyrell's completely out of the loop.
Very much, yeah, he is.
So yeah, I think he's an interesting little side character. Interesting to show the contrast between him and the other members of his family. Of course, we had the son, Loras Tyrell. I don't know if I've ever told you, but in A Song of Ice and Fire, there's actually 3 Tyrell brothers. There's Garland Willis and Loras Tyrell, and they basically merge them all into one in the TV show. Right. Because I believe it's Garland is a warrior, Willis is the one that's betrothed to Cersei, and then Loras Tyrell is the Knight of the Flowers that jousts with the Mountain and has the relationship with Renly Baratheon. But in the TV show, they basically just combined them all together into one person.
Yeah, interesting.
Yes. He gets a few moments. I think my favourite Loras Tyrell moment is at the wedding when he has that conversation with Jaime Lannister. He has that burn on him.
That's probably his standout scene, yeah.
Where Jaime's like, you will never marry Cersei, and he says, and neither will you.
Yeah. But other than that, he's kind of a bit more like with Marjorie in the season, less and less as it goes. He doesn't really have any true development in terms of like
Well, I
going
think
forward. But
part of it
he
is
has
because
nice moments.
I think part of it is because Sansa Stark leaves King's Landing, and so that part of his story no longer exists.
Yeah,
And he becomes very background after that, after the wedding.
yeah, pretty much. He's like Marjorie. He's in just a lot of just scenes just there instead of having a real true presence.
Yeah, they seem to cut a lot of the Tyrell stuff after the wedding. Really, they cut a lot of that stuff out, which is kind of a shame, I guess. But it may also be a consequence of the fact that they literally don't have the three brothers in the show, so they can't do some of the things that they wanted to do. Or at least they can't do some of the things that are in the books because they only have one brother as opposed to three. But I guess part of that might be because if you had all three brothers in the TV show, would you even have time to do any of all that stuff with, how much is going on? You'd probably need...
Most likely not.
If Game of Thrones was a show where every season had 13 episodes, I'm sure you could have fit Garland, Willis, and Loras all in the show, but they probably decided to cut the first two off and combine them all into Loras because of the time limits. That would be my guess. And it's interesting, despite that, they still barely gave Loras anything to do this season. Really. He's kind of left by the wayside a lot of the time. So yeah, I guess all you'd hope for is that he gets a bit more to do in Season 5, right?
Yeah, you'd hope so. You'd hope there's some forward momentum with him.
Yeah, because I really like his stuff with Renly Baratheon a lot in Season 1 and 2. And then I quite liked the stuff he did with Sansa and Cersei in Season 3 as well. I thought that was quite good. But yeah,
I remember it being very good.
Yeah, he seems to be falling off a bit. Then we have Sir Bronn of the Blackwater. The sellsword. So Bronn is interesting because this is the natural point in A Song of Ice and Fire where Bronn's arc sort of ends, and you get that scene with him and Tyrion in the prison, which is, to me, I think that is a really nice sort of capping off for his character. He's got a wife who has a castle, and if her older sister falls off her horse and breaks her neck, he's going to be lord of that castle with his lady. He's finally got the payment he's gotten for all of his services to Tyrion. And I think they give what would be a really nice sort of ending to his character in Season 4. But the problem is it isn't his ending. And that's what bothers me about it. And it's after this point, I think Bronn outstays his welcome as a character, and I think it all stems from the fact that they choose to have him train Jaime to sword fight here, and then we'll get to Season 5. But I just think that this being the end point for Bronn would have made more sense than what they end up doing with him after Season 4. But anyway, what were your thoughts on Bronn in Season 4?
I really enjoyed Bronn whenever he was on screen. I feel as an ending between his relationship with Tyrion, I think it was a really nice send-off for his journey. I would definitely agree with that. I felt like whenever he was on screen, he was just very entertaining and very, like Bronn. Yeah, it does feel like an ending for him, really, with that scene with Tyrion in the prison. That does seem like a natural end for him, I guess, but I'd imagine going forward he will appear more. Mm-hmm. So, not sure what they'll be doing with him with, Tyrion no longer in King's Landing.
I would have been pretty happy if they just ended his character after that scene with Tyrion, because I thought that was really fitting for his character. The sort of, I was a sellsword and the whole time, and all I did was this was, for your payment. But you know what? I actually kind of grew to become your friend. And that's kind of how they end his arc. That would be such a natural way to end his character, I think. And it would have left his character on good terms, but then, of course, he does come back, so... Yeah, my issues with Bronn aren't with this season, it's what happens after this season. But we'll get to that. I think retroactively, it's harder for me to enjoy his temporary send-off here because it's not actually a send-off, but it should have been, I think. It's a bit like, you know how Amy and Rory have like that really perfect send-off in the God Complex, but then they come back and then they ruin it all with the Angels Take Manhattan? It's like they should have just never come back. They should have just kept them gone rather than bring them back again and squander that. So yeah. I liked Bronn in this season, but yeah. I mean, here's the thing, right? He is an entertaining character, and he is an entertaining personality, and he has funny jokes, and he's a funny actor. But this is the point where his character should end, if you get what I mean. Like, you can have him continue to crack funny jokes and it be entertaining, but if we're talking about him as an actual character, I think his arc has been complete at this point. And I think to bring him back past this point, you would need to give him something new to do, and you'd need to fulfill a whole new character arc with him. It's whether or not Dave and Dan can do that, because George R. R. Martin doesn't bring Bronn back past the trial. So, there you go. Anyway, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I know you have words to say about this next character. Oh dear. It's Shay.
Oh, fuck off. And here's the thing about Shay. She's riddled with problems. Maybe not riddled, but she's got quite a few issues in her whole run. But this season they took it to such a degree where she's just the most basic, stupid, poorly written character that a lot of shows and films are like right now.
Mm-hmm.
She is pretty much a very fucking stupid, jealous girlfriend. And that's kind of what her character is. Even with the scene where Tyrion, fakes sending her... She sends her... he sends her away by just calling her a whore. And I feel like Shay as a character is clever enough to realise that, what he's doing in that moment. But throughout in every scene with them, she has no understanding of the situation he's in for some reason. Not understanding he's being put in this situation he hates by being married to Sansa. She just, like in episode... It was episode 1 where she's just on Sansa's bed just trying to fuck Tyrion. Not understanding, middle of the day, someone could walk in. Like, Tyrion is very valid to be saying the things he's saying, that this is just not the time. And just throughout, whenever Shay is on screen and she's talking, and she just acts like an absolute moron and has no self-awareness at all. And then when she comes back later in the season, her reasoning for doing so is really stupid. And then in the final episode, she fucking decides, I'm going to try and kill Tyrion, all based on the fact that he wouldn't fuck her. And, wouldn't... It's so stupid. It's so stupid. It's such an arbitrary way to get Tyrion to tick, which is really annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, out of all the characters in King's Landing, I don't think she has a single scene where I'm like, that was okay. I don't think she's being... I think in every scene she was in, she was the worst. I think her character was just completely butchered from a fine character. She wasn't fantastic or anything, but
I quite liked
into an absolute buffoon.
I quite liked her stuff with Sansa and Varys in season 2 a lot. I thought she was really good in that stuff. But it's when they chose to have her genuinely fall in love with Tyrion that it changes her character so much. Like, it makes it a complete 180. But like with what I said with Tyrion and Tywin earlier, is that because they changed her character so much, but in season 4 they kept all of the same plot points, really, for Tyrion's arc, it makes her character feel so ill-fitting of the story. Because she actually loves Tyrion, it makes it so much... She doesn't fit in with this story at all. And her reasoning for doing things doesn't make sense, because they make her do all the same things that Book Shay does, but Book Shay is the total opposite of Show Shay. Because Book Shay doesn't love Tyrion. Book Shay was using Tyrion for her own monetary gain and status. And in the TV show, she falls in love with Tyrion, but they still have her do all the same things, and it makes no fucking sense. And it's just, yeah, like, she was, as you say, she was a fine character before this point, but in season 4, she's just an absolute mess, and is probably one of the worst things about it. And they just ruin her so badly, simply because Dave and Dan refuse to come up with new things to do with these characters that are changed. They just feel like they have to have all of the same plot points that A Song of Ice and Fire has, despite the fact that all the characters are different and have different motives. And that's why you end up with this disjointed disaster, because you're not really paying attention to how having characters be different changes the context of the decisions they make, and therefore changes how the plot points are relevant. And you just end up with these ridiculous character decisions, and Shay was on the front end of so much of that throughout the season, and pretty much every episode she was in. It just gave her all of these different things that didn't make sense, and the character just sort of spiraled into dust, and by the end of season 4, she's basically assassinated to the point of just what the fuck was the whole, purpose of her existence at this point. Like, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. And there was 2 ways you could have resolved this. You could have either had the plot play out differently, or you could have just had her not love Tyrion. You could have just adapted the source material, and either would have worked better than what we got. Because instead what we got was a mishmash of the same plot with a different character, and it was an absolute catastrophe. And when you give this Turkish-German actress poor material as opposed to good material, it makes her performance less effective, because obviously there's a whole language barrier there, and also she's not one of the best actors in the show. She's competent enough, but she's not on the same level as, say, a Peter Dinklage or a Charles Dance or a Lena Headey or any of the other ones that are really, really up the level. And so when you gave her really good material, like in season 1, she was good enough, but when you give her shit material like this, where everything's jumbled and messy, it just makes her feel so out of place and disconnected, and everything feels wrong. And having her play a role that is not only where the character and the plot is written in opposition to each other and it's disjointed and inconsistent, but because of that disconnect, you're now having to ask this actress to perform a character that's not even a good one anymore, as opposed to one where she was actually consistent at the start. And it all just falls apart, and it's a shame. It's a shame that Dave and Dan just completely messed up this whole character, really, because they wanted to tell a different story with their character, but without changing any of the same plot beats. And they paid the price for it, really, I think. So yeah, what a shame.
Yeah. Yeah, real annoyance, just how poorly done she was. And it's annoying when she's like the tipping point for Tyrion in the trial scene. It just makes it, it's like one bit of like mold on a perfect Sunday roast. Really.
Oh yeah.
That's how I sum up.
Well, yeah, because that whole speech in A Song of Ice and Fire is the same speech, right? But it works. It works in the books because she never loved him, and because she was only doing it to use him, and he loved her, and he tried to pretend that she loved him back, even though she didn't. And then that was the tipping point. But it made sense. It made sense for it to be the tipping point because she didn't love him, because she was using him for his money and for his status. And he came to terms with that all at that moment. Whereas in the TV show, she's doing it out of revenge because she loved him, and he betrayed her by lying to her, which makes her look really stupid to not be able to figure out that that's the reason why he was saying those words. It's ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Yeah. Really bad. Really bad.
Really bad. Right, let's move on. We move on to Varys, who didn't have a lot of screen time. I have mixed thoughts on his appearances here. I think his scene with Oberyn was great. I think his scene with the small council setting up the bird giving Barristan the letter was really good too. So, and also, you know, his suspicious looks throughout the whole Purple Wedding, him sort of suspecting he knows something's wrong or knows what's happening, and no one else understands, and he's just sort of waiting for it to happen. That was all really good. For most of the season, he doesn't get a lot of screen time, but for a lot of those scenes that he does have, he does really well, except for episode 10, when he just willingly goes along with Jaime's plan.
Yeah.
And that was stupid. That was like the first proper, like, yeah, we could complain about him not having as much screen time, sure, but this is the first time he really felt out of character, was when he was so willingly just going to go along with the plan, as opposed to, you know, being forced into it like he should have been.
Yeah.
In episode 10,
it's a real miscalculation for him.
Yeah. Episode 10 of season 4 was the first time that Varys didn't feel like he was actually a mastermind. He felt like a pawn as opposed to a king, if you got what I mean. He didn't feel like the chess player, he felt like a chess piece. And that was a shame, because Varys is supposed to be a master planner. But of course, and we'll get to that later, maybe part of the reason why they transitioned his character this way is because what they do with Varys going forward is completely different from the source material. So it's possible that they may have chosen to shift his character into becoming less manipulative and less chess playery now because of what they do after. But I don't think that was worth it. I think that's a massive downgrade to stop him from being this powerful figure and just suddenly shift to being this, okay, I will do this plan because it's a good plan, and there's a reason why we're taking Tyrion across the Narrow Sea, as opposed to being forced to do it, which is what should have happened, I think. So, yeah. What did you think of Varys in season 4?
It was quite overall, even though he had quite a few highlights. You know, seeing with Oberyn was quite well done when talking about the Iron Throne too. But overall, this is the first season where I feel like not only Varys is really vacant in a lot of the story, one big fuck up they did was right at the end. It felt too uncalculated and unsafe for him to make that choice winningly, when he could so easily get caught, considering what I imagine would be the timeline between waiting for Tyrion. He would have to have been there for a while, because, you know, King's Landing is not a small place. Yeah. So for him to make that choice, not like winningly, and it being because he's a really good friend to Tyrion, that feels too sentimental for him as a choice. because I don't think he.
Especially given that line he has during the trial where he says, "Sadly, I never forget." It feels like he's not, siding with Tyrion there.
It would be like if you remember with season 1, his line for Ned Stark is like when he asks, "Could you save me? Could you get me out of here?" It's like, "I could, but will I? No." That feels that feels like Varys. That doesn't.
Yeah.
That feels really strange as a choice for him to make under the circumstances of how dangerous that would be.
Yeah.
He's a character that paddles along, tries to keep himself out of danger, so then he can do good.
Absolutely. And that whole thing, that again, like I said, that line in the trial where he says, "Sadly, I never forget," it feels like he is indicating to Tyrion, "I am not going to help you in this trial. You are on your own. I'm not risking my life for you." But then in episode 10, that's exactly what he does, which it's just out of character. It's so bizarre.
Very strange indeed.
Yeah. And again, I'll have a lot more to say on Varys when we get to season 5, because they completely change his whole character motive. Because of there's certain characters they remove from A Dance with Dragons that don't exist in the show, and they are pivotal to Varys's whole character. Like, literally the existence of his entire character is supposed to be because he's planning this one specific thing. We found out this season what Littlefinger was planning. It's like, in the next season, if they adapted A Dance with Dragons, you would find out what Varys had been planning, basically, from the start. Except they don't do that in the show. They do something completely different. And it's just, we'll talk about that when we get to season 5, but it just pisses me off. It just pisses me off because Varys is supposed to be this mastermind, and in the last episode of season 4, they just completely drop that. It's also really annoying because the scene by the Iron Throne with Oberyn that he has is designed to foreshadow what the books do with Varys, but they don't do any of that in the show. So that scene doesn't act. It's like foreshadowing that's never really addressed because they don't follow up on it, and that's a real shame. Such a shame. It's like they include all these details of how Oberyn knows things about Essos, knows things about Karth, knows things about Slaver's Bay, how he's got the poison, the warlock poison on his blade and that stuff, and Varys is tied to that because he has connections to Essos. You remember the scene in season 1 when Arya's inside the dragon skull and he's talking to Illyrio Mopatis, who was the person that looked after Daenerys and Viserys and Pentos when they were growing up. It's like that whole plan was all part of Varys' character, and then none of that actually ends up happening in season 5 to 8, so it feels completely pointless, which is a shame. And then in the last episode of this season, they just have him willingly help Tyrion get out of prison, which doesn't feel like Varys' character at all. It's a real shame.
No, not really.
Yeah. It just feels like it's kind of ironic me saying this, but it feels like Varys has just lost his balls, if you know what I mean, metaphorically speaking. Even though he's literally lost his balls, but as in he genuinely feels like he's actually lost his balls as a person, if you know what I mean. He doesn't have that same ambition anymore. He's just sort of there.
Yeah.
Existing.
It feels quite like the mixed misdirection based upon the all the information we know about him. Feels like quite a weird choice creatively.
Absolutely. Then we have Grandmaster Pycelle. So I think the story they sort of tell with Pycelle over the course of the season is that he's being replaced, because by the end of the season he basically gets replaced by Qyburn in Cersei's eyes. But that seems to be he doesn't appear a lot in season 4, but that seems to be his overall, I guess, story in this season, is that he's basically replaced. Because Qyburn is a more preferable maester with his lateral thinking and his witchcraft, if you know what I mean. I guess we can sort of talk about Qyburn as well, because Qyburn's sort of part of the same story. So what's your thoughts on how they handle Pycelle and Qyburn in this season?
Again, they seem to be... I'm not sure, because it does seem like there's going to be a transition between who is going to be more involved, especially with the approval of Cersei. Like she does not like him at all, especially in after that scene in episode 2. I feel like that scene was quite, very evident that just a very major dislike of him, and obviously with the scene in episode 10 kicking him out of his own laboratory. I imagine it's going to get to a point where he's going to have to be cut out, I'd imagine. So whether that happens sooner rather than later is going to be an interesting thing to see. In terms of his involvement this season, I've not been too worried about his character. It's like... It just seems like he's been showing up less and less as the show has gone on.
I think probably
he really peaked in season 1, really.
The one standout scene he gets is during the trial.
Mm-hmm.
When he testifies against Tyrion, because it ties back to when Tyrion cut his beard off in season 2. And obviously the simping for Joffrey. It still continues to past Joffrey's death, even. He still is simping for Joffrey.
Pretty much.
You know what's a real shame? It's a real shame with Pycelle, because my favourite Pycelle scene in the whole show is the scene that was deleted from season 3, the one with him and Tywin by the fishing dock, when he breaks character. You remember that one? When he breaks his facade? The deleted scene? That was a great scene, but they cut it from the show.
It just kind of feels like they're just keeping up with this facade. Just because he's just there, so we got to have him in these kind of scenes with Cersei and that. It just kind of feels like he, not as much as someone like Jaime has, but he does feel a bit stagnated, a bit stuck at the moment. So you would hope next season there's a bit more development.
Honestly, I think on the whole, I have to say, I think that's probably one of the biggest problems with season 4 is that too many characters feel stagnant and just sort of stuck in the same position the whole time. It's just going to be
pretty much from the start of the season, yeah.
Yeah, there's not that many characters that develop. Most of them just feel so stagnant and stay in the exact same place. And
I don't feel like this is long-term storytelling, but it feels like a story that's taken a long time to tell, really. That's how it more feels like with a lot of characters.
Yeah, barely changing and evolving, some of them. Mm-hmm. It's strange.
And Pycelle is definitely one of them.
Yeah. Qyburn, again, got a lot to do in season 3, if you remember. How he was resurrected by... Well, not resurrected, but his life was saved by Robb and Tazer at Harrenhal.
It was, yes.
And then he ended up tending to Jaime's, wounded hand, and ended up in King's Landing by the end. So he got quite a lot to do in season 3. But this season, he kind of came Pycelle being annoying meant that Cersei was happy to use Qyburn as a replacement for Pycelle. I think was it Qyburn also that helped Jaime get his new hand put on, or was that someone else? I can't remember.
I believe it was him putting it on. Yeah,
he was helping out in small ways, and by the end of the season, Cersei had enough of Pycelle to the point where she just prefers Qyburn as a as a useful person, even though he's banished from the Citadel in terms of Maester status. Of course, probably the major thing that Qyburn does at the end of the season, which leads us on to the next character, is Gregor Clegane, the Mountain. Of course, the last time we saw the Mountain was ages ago at Harrenhal, back in season 2, during the whole Brotherhood Without Banners stuff that came after he stormed to the Riverlands and did the big murder after the joust. And of course, because of these actions, Ned Stark tried to strip Tywin Lannister of all his titles. Of course, that didn't happen because Ned got executed. But yeah, the Mountain is brought back into the service of the Lannisters once again as he goes against Tyrion in the trial by combat, and then that is paying off and tying into Oberyn Martell's character. But yeah, the Mountain gets injured in the trial by combat, and then Qyburn is having to care after him and remove all the poison and try and resurrect him. So I guess sort of, it's kind of difficult to talk about the Mountain because he's not really that much of a character, but I guess what we could do is we could compound him with Oberyn Martell, because he's a major part of Oberyn's character in this season.
Yeah.
So yeah, your thoughts on Gregor Clegane and Oberyn Martell?
Yeah, I was pretty satisfied with like the sort of ending of, you know, with the fight at the end. I was pretty satisfied. I think the build up to it, I think, was quite well done. I think I think Pedro Pascal does such a great job with him. The performance is so charismatic. He's got such a presence whenever he's on screen. He pretty much is a scene stealer in a lot of ways. And I think he really peaked with the scene with him and Tyrion in prison.
Yeah.
I think him becoming "I will be your champion," I think, is when he really peaks, I think, in terms of a performance and character. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with the sort of story he had. With the Mountain, it does his introduction was strange, but I think in terms of the way they killed Martell, I think was well done. And that's the kind of scene they can really fuck up, by making Martell like incredibly stupid, but with the build up of his motivation and how that is pretty much blinded him with rage. I think they did a good job with it. So
Yeah.
The only downside is the fact that he's not going to be in the show anymore.
Yeah,
because he's that good.
He's only in this season, yeah. I mean, yeah, the Mountain is basically an antagonist for Oberyn, really, in this season. That's all he serves the purpose for.
Pretty much, yeah.
But in terms of Oberyn Martell, he's actually one of my favorite things about this season. I think he's brilliant. I love his character motivation. I love his backstory. I love his connections, where his bias comes being against what Tywin Lannister did by ordering the Mountain to kill and rape his sister Elia Martell, and obviously what happened to his nieces and nephews. And he's out for revenge, and he goes instead of Prince Doran from Dorne because of, you know, the gout or whatever it is. But it's more than that. It's the fact that he, despite the fact that he says he hates the Lannisters, the way he interacts with, say, Tyrion and Cersei is so interesting to me, because he understands that people are not, you know, they're not part of the sins of their fathers, and he sides with Tyrion eventually. I love the build of, like, he scares the shit out of Tyrion when he first meets him. But then eventually he ends up being Tyrion's champion. It's a really nice progression of understanding and telling that story of when, all the way to Casterly Rock, we were told that this monster had been birthed, and then I saw you and you were just a baby. That was such a great explanation of how everyone in this whole family is so fucked up in their point of view of who Tyrion is, yet Oberyn saw the truth. I really, really, really liked that. And how that also ties into of getting revenge against the Mountain and against Tywin, and how that's subtly foreshadowed in the Purple Wedding, how they have that really awkward conversation And then, of course, I think we should probably address that he's obviously got his paramour, Ilaria Sand, as well. And how she adds to his character in the sense of, like, she's a bastard, but he loves her all the same. That doesn't mean it. Despite the fact that she's a woman and the fact that she's a bastard, that means nothing less to him. Because in Dawn, they don't devalue those kinds of things, you know. Bastards aren't looked down upon, and neither are women. Like, there's a sort of an idea of equality, and the fact that his character also ties to Cersei in the sense that he has seen her daughter since she was shipped away in season 2, and he can assure her safety given that they don't hurt little girls in Dawn. That's the idea. And I just love Pedro Pascal's performance. I love his cunning charm. I love his he has some of the most entertaining sex scenes in the show because he's just so charismatic and witty and cheeky. Some of the violent scenes are really like unique to him. He has a really good fighting style that's unique to him and different to everyone else in the world. The actor has so much presence. I love his place in the trial as one of the right-hand men of Tywin Lannister. That was great. He sort of seemed to see all the truth behind everything, whereas Mace Tyrell couldn't. And just, yeah, everything with Oberyn was so damn good. I loved him. I loved Oberyn. He was so good in season 4.
Yeah, shame he couldn't perform like this in Mandalorian. That's a real shame.
Oh, yeah, yes. And I think Ilaria Sand served well as a side character to accompany Oberyn in this season.
Mm-hmm.
My only issue with Oberyn Martell is not to do with Oberyn himself. It's the fact that all of this beautiful setup that's paid off really well in A Feast for Crows is not paid off well in the Game of Thrones TV show. But we'll talk about that when we get to season 5. Oh fuck.
My god.
Yeah. I dare not spoil it, but it's a shame because Oberyn was so good. And there's all this stuff there that is setting up things to come. His knowledge of the Slaver's Bay, of Karth, of the stuff going on in the East, and why he understands that. How that connects to his brother, and how that connects to Varys. Like, all of this stuff is great setup, but then it's just none of that actually comes to fruition later because Dave and Dan decided not to do that storyline. So, unfortunately, all that great setup doesn't get paid off. But when we talk about what Dave and Dan actually decided to do instead in season 5 with the Dornish stuff, we'll address it when we get to it. Let's just say that. But in terms of season 4, I think Oberyn was great, and I think having Ilaria Sand as his companion and the Mountain as his antagonist was really well handled. Yeah. And I loved Oberyn's interactions with the Lannister characters. He was fantastic. And Pedro Pascal was a great casting choice for Oberyn.
Agreed. I think he
Yes.
did a great job of what he was given.
Absolutely. Of course, there was a brief appearance from Oliver from Littlefinger's brothel. Of course, because Roz is dead, she's no longer running it, so now he's running it. And of course, the first time we saw Oliver was season 3, Kissed by Fire, when he slept with Loras Tyrell. So we sort of got a brief appearance from him to tide that over, so, you know, he's now running the brothel. And, yeah, they just gave us a little bit of his character, gave a bit of character for Oberyn and Ilaria Sand to play with him as well. So yeah, I liked his small appearance. And yeah, looking forward for you to see what happens with him when we get to season 5. I'll say that. Now, let's move on to Sansa Stark, who had a very interesting season, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she finally made it at King's Landing after 3 whole seasons.
Yeah.
Yeah, managed to finally get out.
Yep. I mean, she's just had she's just had the wedding to Tyrion, which went horribly, and then obviously the Red Wedding where her mother and her brother died. And then that was heartbreaking. And then, of course, Joffrey died, and then she ended up getting taken away by Dontas Hollard, who gave her that necklace. It was just a fake necklace that had the poison in it. So she was used again by Olenna Tyrell and Littlefinger for that purpose. And then she was taken away by Littlefinger to the Eyrie. And then that side of the story happened. So yeah, your thoughts on Sansa Stark, but all that in mind.
Yeah, I think her season was pretty much, while it had its flaws a lot of the time, I think it was a nice slow build to what is going to be an interesting character change for her in terms of where she'll be going next, obviously with a change of appearance and sort of bond with Littlefinger going forward. How that will develop will be interesting to see. I would say this is a very much a transitional season for her that was done 9 times out of 10 very well, I'd say. I think there were a couple of issues here and there in terms of decisions characters made that could have been smoothed over, but I was intrigued by her journey in terms of her change, and think she had quite a standout scene near the end of the season.
Oh yeah,
quite impressed me.
Oh yeah, her highlight in the season was in The Mountain and the Viper when she gaslit Jon Royce and Anya Wainwood in Littlefinger's interrogation. That was brilliant. Probably one of Sophie Turner's best acted scenes in the show. The way she told like a version of the truth, but she added like little lies in there, and she used her status as the daughter of Ned Stark to her advantage. Yeah.
Yeah.
But she's still, despite the fact that she's learning how to become in control and start manipulating, something that she learned from Cersei and from Littlefinger, she is still being used and abused a lot. Because now, instead of being used and abused by Joffrey, she's now being, and Cersei, she's now being used and abused by by Littlefinger, and she was also used and abused by Lysa Arryn as well. So she's still on the receiving end of some pretty awful shit. Like if you remember when Littlefinger forces himself on her, you know, she's still being abused physically. But she's starting to learn how to play the game, which is a big shift for her character, and obviously donning the dark brown hair to fit the disguise she's going under. Which I personally think it would have been smarter, more logical to have her start wearing that hair dye in the middle of the season before she got to the Eyrie, and then she can change her clothing to symbolize that change. But that's just my personal nitpick with the sort of, well, I wouldn't even call it a nitpick, but the whole thing of her going to the Eyrie and no one recognizing that she's Sansa Stark, despite the fact that she's ginger and highborn and with Littlefinger. Like, I think that's just, it's a little strange that they don't dye her hair first, but whatever. I guess they wanted to have the change scene appear that way. Like you said, they could have just had her wear the hood up, you know? All the whole way, and had her try and hide herself from everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting journey she's been on.
Yes. Yes, of course. And like you say, it'll be interesting to see where she goes from here. Best of luck, I say. Although I say that knowing what actually happens. So, yeah. We'll talk about that when we get to season 5. That seems to be a common running thing now. It's like we'll talk about that storyline when we get to season 5. And what Dave and Dan decided to do with that. Anyway, Peter Baelish, also known as Littlefinger. Your thoughts on him this season?
When Varys has been quite a disappointment, I think Littlefinger, in contrast, has been quite the excitement, I would say, this season with his return. I would say I would say he is probably one of the standout characters this season. In a season where a lot of characters were quite mishandled. I don't think he was perfect himself. However, I think he was way more consistent in his goals and motive, and I think the performance behind it really highlights that. I really, really, really like what they did with Littlefinger this season. I think showing a bit more of his hand more often and showing all the things he's put in place, showing his cleverness and sort of, in a lot of ways, brutality. I think they did an excellent job with Littlefinger for the majority of the season. I was quite impressed and glad he showed up this season, while he's been quite sorely missed, I would say, from the show.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because this is all paying off things that have been set up since season 1. And then he says, I've got my eyes to marry Lysa Arryn. And then he finally puts his plan in place. He marries Lysa Arryn and then ends up getting rid of her by throwing her through the moon door when she became a problem.
Yeah, called it as it happened, because it was quite the obvious thing that he would be driven to do. Yeah.
And then when he ended up trapped in a corner, Sansa Stark helped him out by manipulating the people of the Vale into believing her and saving him from execution. And he kind of unveiled a lot of his true feelings here. Oh, and also, let's not forget, he helped to kill Joffrey as well. He helped with... Him and Olenna Tyrell conspired to kill Joffrey.
Yeah, he was very involved. It was the reason Sansa managed to escape from King's Landing.
Absolutely. So he played a very much like a B-plot role throughout the entire show, but he was there. He was there making big moves.
He was indeed.
Yes, and I think in episode 8, they paid off his season's worth of character stuff really well. You know, in the end.
Yeah, I would say it was, in terms of execution, the payoff was quite impressive.
Yeah. Really well done. Really well done. Obviously, Aidan Gillen's performance is fantastic. He's always great playing this character. I just love scenes I just love scenes with Littlefinger where you know he's lying, but you know that the other people don't know he's lying. And you could just see it on his face.
Oh yeah, those are great. Those are really good scenes.
Yeah. And there was a really great scene with him with Sansa in the snow, where that was like it was such a twisted sort of double-edged sort of a scene of, it was a magical moment for Littlefinger, but it was a horrible moment for her.
Yeah. That was really good. I really liked that scene.
Like how he said,
the second half of it.
Like how he said, like, I killed Joffrey out of revenge for what happened to Catelyn Stark because I loved Catelyn Stark. And in a world where love won over duty, maybe I would be your father because I loved Catelyn Stark and Ned didn't at first. But then, of course, he ends up forcing himself on Sansa because now he loves Sansa instead of Catelyn. Because Catelyn's gone. And Sansa is like his new target. And he's so complex because he's so... I completely understand all of his motives and everything he feels, every bit of justice he feels, and every motive he has, and every mistake he makes, but every triumph he also has, and every plan he puts in place. But at the same time, a lot of what he does is still really messed up and psychopathic.
Oh yeah, he's not completely sane. He's not a good person.
Yeah.
He's just a very psychopathic, clever one, really.
Yeah, but he's just such an interesting person. Such a devious person. And
the book, it's such a subtly done performance in a lot of ways. It's clearly like a brilliant one, but the subtleties he has in his inflections and sort of like mannerisms in his body language is just so satisfying to watch. Yeah, as a performer, he's probably one of the most impressive in the whole show for me.
Absolutely. so layered as well, the way he's evolved it, where at the start of the show he had a bit of a different performance to the one he has now.
Yeah.
It's really interesting to see him show all these different sides of the same person.
Oh yes, absolutely. It's a great joy to watch.
And then of course we have Lysa Arryn, who died. Crazy woman who puts two and two together and gets 10. I love that scene where she holds Sansa's hands and like crushes them and says, "Did you kiss Peter? Did he get you pregnant?" Absolute psychotic woman.
Much like in season 1, she's still very, very, very psychopathic. And
Yes.
just all over the place and unhinged and with all the screws loose.
And
All
also,
of the
obviously,
terms you can
probably the
use.
most major scene was when she blurted out that her and Littlefinger conspired to kill Jon Arryn. That ties off that
was a
mystery
big
from the
reveal.
first season. Yeah,
That indeed was a very big reveal.
absolutely.
They were behind it and set things in motion. All these events happening really because of their plan.
Yep. It's also like you can tell she's got screws loose because she clearly doesn't give a shit that her sister died in the Red Wedding. Like she's just completely.
Oh, she does not give two shits.
Mm-hmm.
Does not care.
Because like Catelyn cared about her completely down to loyalty to the Tully family, but Lysa just did not give two shits about Catelyn.
Absolutely not.
Once Littlefinger made his way into her life,
And then she was just blinded by insanity, really.
but then Littlefinger betrayed her in her last moment before he kills her through the moon door.
Yeah.
Only one
Splattered
woman.
all over the concrete.
Only one woman I've loved in this world. Your sister. That's such a good moment. Then, of course, we have an awful son, Robin Arryn, who had a tantrum and kicked the castle down and got slapped. But then, after Lysa Arryn died and after the Littlefinger's interrogation, they put in a plan in place to try and train him how to be a man and ride a horse and all that.
Yes.
Wield a sword. So,
Get him to actually grow up, because seemingly, with that scene with Sansa, he kind of hasn't, despite what, being like over 10?
yeah. I mean, they don't... Do they show the breastfeeding again? I can't remember.
No, it was just season 1.
Okay. He's not completely in the breastfeeding phase anymore, but he's still very immature for his age.
Very immature.
And has never been on the ground below the Eirich. Now the idea is that Robin Arryn is finally gonna become a man. Is the idea now that his mum's dead. He's gonna grow out of that immaturity. That's the idea anyway. They wanted him to look like a naughty little shit, and that's exactly what he was. So there you go. A mission accomplished, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so.
I guess I did notice, though, there was a few weird little sound edits with his dialogue. They cut some lines. Might just be down to the actor, I'm not sure. That actor was in Sex Education, if you remember. He's the one that does, like, the Rubik's Cube and all that.
Try and remember.
He's the one that's naked, he's the one that gets fully naked at the school. And he tries to impress...
It's been a while. I can't remember his face.
You know that chick that helps out the head boy in like season 2, and she's fancies that nerdy guy that's like can do a Rubik's Cube in 16 moves or something, and he ends up naked in the school.
Yes! Oh, that's who he is.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I didn't recognize him.
Yeah.
Oh my word.
That's the same actor.
Crazy.
It's the same actor
Yeah,
who
no, it is.
plays
I can
Robin
tell,
Arryn.
yeah.
Yeah.
I've got him up. I literally typed in Sex Education Rubik's Cube. That's what. And the character's name is Dex Thompson. Yeah.
Yeah. He plays Robin Arryn in
God.
Game of Thrones.
He does. Yes, I recognise him now.
He's grown up quite a bit, hasn't he?
Hell. He has. Bloody hell.
Yep.
Yeah, I just don't recognise him in Sex Education at all, even though they are pretty much identical.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy.
Anyway, let's move on to Brienne of Tarth.
Yeah, I would say her season.
And I guess we could.
Yeah,
No,
it was interesting.
we'll leave Podrick Payne for after because he has a slightly different thing as well in King's Landing, and then he joins Brienne. But yeah, Brienne has an interesting season for sure. At the start, it's after her and Jaime have come back and they have the whole wedding, and then she gets that brilliant scene where Jaime gives her Oathkeeper. Then she has the whole thing on the road with Podrick, which is really cool. They meet up with, like, you know, Hot Pie. And then you get episode 10 where things go a bit stupid, but I think in especially the first half of the season, I think Brienne's really strong, actually.
Agreed.
You know, what
I
are your
think
thoughts?
the peak is with the scenes with Jaime, I'd say, is when she really peaks, which is
And
first
the
half of
scene with Cersei at the wedding.
That was also pretty great. I think overall, not terrible. I think there were some really good standout scenes with her and Jaime. I think those were pretty well acted by both of the actors. I think the relationship with Podrick, I think, is quite nice. A nice little side thing during the season. And I am looking forward to seeing what happens with them next and how that sort of develops, and see if Podrick becomes a bit more mainstay in terms of importance. Possibly. We'll see. It's a shame that her last scene is so poorly done. It's a real shame, because it does leave a slight bad taste in your mouth with that scene, how bad the fight was, and how
They just conveniently lose Arya. Yeah.
well, they even see him in the first place. I feel like that's more convenient.
Yeah,
in a
well,
10-mile radius heading to the bloody gate.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Is that as soon as they put Brienne with Podrick, it's now Dave and Dan making up their own story with her. Because obviously, her story in A Feast for Crows, after she's left Jaime, is that she ends up meeting the Brave Companions and Lady Stoneheart, right? But, of course, Catelyn never gets resurrected as Lady Stoneheart on the TV show, and all the Brave Companions die before the end of the season. So, like, Locke goes to the wall and dies at Craster's Keep, and then Rouge and Biter are just randomly killed by the Hound and Arya randomly in Mockingbird. And so the Brave Companions never form, and therefore Brienne never meets them, and therefore they have to do something else with her, and so instead they have her meet the Hound instead, and they have that stupid fight. And then going forward in Season 5, well, like I said, her main story isn't going to happen. It can't happen because the characters that she meets in her story in the novel aren't there. Like, they're literally all dead. So, like I said, it's all just going to be Dave and Dan are going to do their own thing with Brienne's, like, who she meets in Season 5. And obviously at the end of this season too. I mean, they did it again with, like, the Hot Pie scene too. That was another one where they had to give them something to do and somewhere to go. But I actually think the Hot Pie scene was quite good. That was actually a nice little scene they did with Brienne, Podrick, and Hot Pie. It's just the fight with the Hound that was a bit dumb.
Yeah, it was really stupid. Really poorly done. Editing was really bad.
Yeah.
The fight itself just feels very chaotic, not a good way. Yeah. It's a shame, because I think, while she's not, I wouldn't say her scenes for the majority of the time were like stand out in every episode, but I think she was on a pretty decent path. It's a shame about the final scene, just having a bit of a bad taste.
I mean, because she's really good in Season 2 and 3. She's fantastic, especially in Season 3. She's fantastic with Jaime Lannister. But it's once... Yeah, I mean, I like her dynamic with Podrick, but it's simply the fact that she doesn't really have much to do, so they have to give her things to do. And some of the things they give her to do, especially at the very end, are just silly. I guess the reason they thought it would be a good idea is because she's looking for the Stark girls. And little does she know, she comes very close to finding them, because she's 10 miles from the Eirich, sees Arya, and is actually really close to Sansa.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think her character is still intact for the most part. It's just the whole purpose of her story going forward is a little bit non-existent now. It's like, what happens now? Now that the literal point of her in the books at this point is now non-existent. She's not going to meet a resurrected Catelyn Stark. So, what's going to happen? Is the real question. And of course, I guess we'll have to wait for season 5 to see where they take her from here. But yeah, I think she's really good in the first half of the season, especially with Jaime. I love the Oathkeeper scene. That's probably the highlight.
Yes, that was really good.
Yeah. Of course, we're going to talk about Podrick as well. I really like his goodbye with Tyrion in the prison cell. I thought that was a really nice scene, where Tyrion forces Podrick to farewell him and not be his squire anymore. Quite heartbreaking for Podrick.
It was. And the actor for Podrick actually did a really good job, surprisingly.
Yeah.
Not that he was a bad actor at all, but like he actually brought something to the scene that was needed, and it was like quite impressive.
Yeah. And then, of course, Podrick gets put with Brienne, and they have some really nice scenes together, developing the sort of connection they have. Where she doesn't really like him at first and doesn't think he's necessary, but then they have that whole scene where Podrick doesn't know how to cook a rabbit, but then he says, "Oh, can I help, fix your armor?" That was a great little scene. And they had that whole thing at Pot Pie's Tavern. I think the only thing I'd say with Podrick is they make him look really stupid in the final episode because he loses Arya for no reason. That makes him look really dumb. And I know, like, Podrick is a clumsy person, but he's not a stupid person. He's very attentive. And hence, like, him being attentive is why he was able to, kill Mandon Moore I believe it's Mandon Moore in Battle of Blackwater to save Tyrion from certain death. But yeah, for him to just lose Arya was really weird. That's the only real complaint I have with Podrick, I think.
Yeah.
I thought that was a real shame. The actor's quite charming, though. He's a very likable person.
Yes. Very likable.
Yes. Of course, that then leads us on to... I guess we should talk about these two characters together, because they're together for the entire season. Arya Stark and Sandor Clegane, the Hound.
Yeah, I think their story for the first half of the season is it's done pretty well. I think there's some really interesting scenes between the two. I feel towards the end, as we get closer to the end of the season, is where it just sort of, again, it's a key word this season, sort of stagnates.
Yeah.
I think first half I was more impressed with their stuff together.
Well, the stuff they have at the inn is actually really, really good. Yeah. With Polliver. And that in A Storm of Swords is the scene where the Hound gets the Tickler's, the Tickler gets a hit on him, and then he ends up keeling over by a tree, and Arya leaves him for Braavos. But then, of course, they do the inn scene at the start of the season instead, and so they just do a lot of character development for them throughout the whole season before the last episode. And they have the thing where they go to, they find that farmer and his daughter, and then the Hound steals their gold. And then they have the whole scene where, she's doing the water dancing that Syria Farrell taught her, and he's like, Syria Farrell was killed by Meryn fucking Trant. Like that whole comedic dynamic. Yeah. And then so that was all good. I think the thing that pisses me off, though, is how they handled the Roj and Biter scene. A, because they cut the Brave Companions so that Brienne doesn't have that awesome storyline for her. And B, because it has the reveal of Joffrey being dead and they don't react to it in the way they should for their characters. And it's just really disappointing that was how they found out about Joffrey being dead, and the way they reacted was so, lackluster.
No real reaction. And no,
Yeah.
and the discussion didn't really take place until the next episode.
Yeah. Of course, they do have that really good scene by the fire where she wants to burn the wounds off the hound, but he refuses. And he explains to her the story about, you know, what the mountain did to him. Sort of like just... It helps with their sort of connection a bit, of course, before they end up trying to go to the Eirich and find out that Lysa Arryn is dead, so they walk away. And then, of course, we get the stupid fight with Brienne, where the hound falls off a cliff like a fucking Looney Tunes cartoon and doesn't die somehow. His tibia bone is sticking out his leg. Asks Arya to kill him, and she gives him the stone cold expression, steals his gold, which is... I think stealing his gold part works because that's what he did to the farmer, right? It's like a bit of payback in a way. But I think the ending of their arc together, because it was a really good story they did with them together, like starting in season 3 with the Brotherhood Without Banners. You know, what are you doing here with a Stark bitch? And then they grow like a comedic dynamic together, but then by the end, because the departure happens as a result of the stupid fight scene, it kind of ruins it a bit. Whereas I think it works a bit better in the books for me because of the fact that they do it with the inn instead, with the tickler, which makes more sense, I guess.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like them on the whole. I just think some of the stuff they do with them in the last few episodes is just a bit disappointing.
Agreed. I would agree with that.
But I think the actors certainly have really good chemistry, which is interesting because they're so different as characters.
Mm.
And also, I think
they really do.
they're also a natural pairing as well, given that the Hound spent so much time with Sansa in King's Landing. He knows so much about her sister that it creates a natural conversation for them. But yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I understand why this pairing is so popular. I get it, because they do have,
Yeah, I get it.
they have good comedic chemistry, and during season 3 and 4, Arya, with the more time she spends with him, she becomes more like him. Although I think they're better handled as characters probably in season 3 because there's a lot more purpose to it in the sense of, you know, he steals her away and then takes her to the twins, and then the whole Red Wedding happens, and then she gets knocked out, and then in the next episode they massacre a group of Frey supporting soldiers. That's like a really well done bit of character for them. But then in season 4 it's more just like them reflecting and sort of having fun being, you know, similar but also different in some ways, because she adopts some of his traits, but then she also says things like, "You are the worst shit in the 7 kingdoms." You know, and it is an interesting dynamic, I guess, but it's just that ending is kind of botched for them. Anyway, let's move on to Meereen. Daenerys Targaryen.
Okay.
I think she had a mixed bag of a season.
Yeah, I feel like it sort of sorted itself out slightly near the end, but everything in the middle of the season was so piss poor and bland and really mishandled.
Yeah, it was so, like, the very, very start was, and like the whole thing of them on the road scene, the slaves pinned up, and then them at the gates of Meereen, that was all good. And then all the stuff in the temple with like all these people coming back with repercussions for her actions. And then I think probably the best thing was her reaction to Jorah Mormont's truth being revealed. That was all good, and like the whole thing of the dragons becoming more dangerous. Like that all worked. The issue is that the whole takeover of Meereen is so just blech. And then you get that weird scene in episode 5 where it's just like, meanwhile in Meereen, exposition dump. Goodbye.
Yeah. Let's just update quickly before we move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just not
and then,
like there's like
episode 7 kind of annoys me as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's stuff there. Oh yeah, of course, the sex scene with Dorian Horace. I forgot about that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
That annoys me just personally for reasons about the actor in that scene.
yeah. Like the power dynamic is so opposite to what it is in the source material. Instead of being, you know, seduced by her teenage lust, instead she just has all the power and just decides to have sex with him because she wants to. Which is it doesn't really work as well. And they see, the thing is with Daenerys in season 4, it's not that her character is inconsistent or anything, it's just that it's so like cut back and minimized. And it's not as interesting as it is, well, as interesting as it really should be given the complexity of the scenario she's in. And admittedly, at some points later on, especially with Hisdar and the goat herd and whatnot, they actually, and Jorah Mormont, they actually do throw some curveballs at her, which is an interesting clash. But as a character, she just really stagnates a lot. And she has this sort of, I guess she has this very forward mission of, I must avenge these slaves by killing all the masters and like pinning them up, and thinking that a simple solution would work. And then she has her mind changed by Mormont slightly. And there's repercussions for her actions, but there's so much more that could be done with this, and there's so much more that is done with this. And the biggest thing that's missing is all the details in the inner monologue of her personal struggle, her conflict, and or how difficult her decision making is. The coin constantly turning on the table between, do I try and accommodate the complexity of the liberation of the slave cities, or do I just use my, Mother of Dragons approach to it all? And you get some of it on the surface, but you don't get enough of it to really sustain what her character should be. And I think the only real moment that Emilia Clarke sells the full version of Daenerys that we should be getting is in the scene when she finds out about Jorah Mormont's betrayal. Because apart from that, it's there, but it's not enough. That's my main complaint with her.
Yeah, I just feel the subtleties that were there in season 1 have just slowly just been eked out of her story, and the complexity that was there was just so vacant. It's very paint by numbers, really, when discussing these kind of themes and ideas. It's the most basic way to go around it. But then there's moments here and there throughout the season where there's a bit of complexity, there's a bit of a conversation actually had and a back and forth where it actually makes her think more about what her actions are. We just need more of that throughout an entire season so we can get a bit more on track with Daenerys as a character and her sort of journey, because it just feels like she's in a very strange place at the moment.
Yeah, it's because like she's a fairly consistent but pretty average Game of Thrones character, which is a shame because she's one of the most important parts of the story. Whereas in A Song of Ice and Fire, Daenerys is just one of the greats. She's fantastic. All of her inner monologues are so full of rich emotion and, constant self-doubt and weakness and vulnerability, and yet needing to try and appear strong to all of these people that are following her. And it makes her such an interesting person to follow throughout this really complex story she goes through, whereas in the TV show she's too powerful and she doesn't feel like there's enough of a struggle. She feels like there's just there's too much power at play for her and not enough personal, there's not enough personal growth. And I think they really left a lot on the table with her in this season. Then we have Jorah Mormont, who has bit of an interesting time this season. For the most part, he's there advising Daenerys. He even changes her mind at one point. But really, it's episode 8 is the big one for him, when his betrayal from season 1 is paid off and is revealed, and that's great. I loved that. I loved the payoff for him in this season.
Mm-hmm. It's a big moment for him, and it feels like it's needed. It's felt like it's been a long time coming in terms of like him actually trying to move forward as a character and have some story to tell. Because a lot of this season before that, he's very much there, information based, and slight conflicts with Daenerys, but not really anything major than that. But with him, that scene in episode 8 of him being practically thrown out was really the first time he sort of felt like on a proper journey, I would guess he's going to try and really redeem himself, I'd imagine, if I was to hazard a guess at his story. It'll be interesting to see where he goes next season. But yeah, I was satisfied by his ending this season, because it felt like it was much needed after quite a long time being in the same place as a character. And I think the actor does a fantastic job. I think he really solved that moment in his last scene of the season. I was very impressed.
Mm. Jorah Mormont this season, it was a bit like the stuff they did at the Eirich with Lysa Arryn. It was like a payoff to the stuff from season 1 that had been building since then. And I also really like the whole, because when Barristan first appears in season 3, Jorah has this worried look on his face of like, does Barristan know the truth about me? And it's not really until this episode, this season in episode 8, when finally the pin drops and he's exposed.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, and obviously Ian Glenn's a great actor. He plays Jorah Mormont very well. He plays that sort of very sensitive emotion fantastically.
He does a very good job.
Yes. Speaking of, Barristan Selmy. I think, honestly, outside of that one thing he did with Jorah in episode 8, I think Barristan was pretty background this season.
He was very background. He did nothing really of any real importance other than that. So that felt like the one scene where the actor actually got to act and got to be an actual character. Because much like another character we'll probably get to next, he is very background and very much a nothing character this season, which is a shame because in other season he is one of the most impressive characters you can have in terms of side characters.
Oh, he's in season 1. In season 1, Barristan Selmy is so good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. His interactions with Robert Baratheon, with Ned Stark, with Joffrey, with Cersei, with Lancel, with Jaime, especially. All of those characters. And his King's Landing stuff was top tier. And then he's pretty good in season 3 as well. I think the only thing with season 3 is that because there's no mystery around him, because it's a visual medium and it's a TV show, they don't have any of that in there. So that does remove some of that element, but he's still good in season 3. And then here, he's mostly just background until the Jorah reveal. Really? So, Now, there's... the thing is, there's a certain point in A Dance with Dragons where Barristan becomes a point of view character in Meereen, and he becomes a big player in the whole story. So, and the actor who plays Barristan read A Dance with Dragons, and he basically was like, right, I'm just gonna wait it out because I know that my story is coming. So during this season, obviously we're not there yet, but in A Dance with Dragons, Barristan becomes a big player eventually, so the actor basically is just like, it's okay, because I can just wait until my moment comes to become, center stage. So we'll have to wait and see if in season 5 or season 6, whenever it becomes relevant, if they actually pull through with his story. Because, I mean, he's not as background as he is here in the books because the marine stuff is a lot more complex and he gets a lot more to do because of how much more complex and how much more time it gets. But he really becomes a major player towards the end of book 5. So, yeah. And apparently he's going to have point of view chapters in book 6 as well, The Winds of Winter, which is the next one. Which is, who knows when that's going to come out, maybe the next 5 or 10 years at some point, hopefully. I mean, George R. R. Martin in an interview recently during the House of Dragon Season 1 thing, one of the questions was, how's The Winds of Winter going? And he says it's about 75% done. And he started on it around 10 years ago. So, that tells you what you need to know about that. Anyway... I mean, the actor who plays Barristan is great. He just doesn't get much to do, really, does he?
No.
Yeah. Okay, then, of course, we move on to the recast. Michael Husband playing instead of Ed Skrein. Dario Naharis. I think the majority of his contributions are in episode 1 and episode 3. Episode 1, they re-establish his character with the new actor having to kind of accompany that with him, the whole scenes of him having the gamble with Grey Worm and then picking the flowers for Daenerys and all the harpies. And then, of course, in episode 3, they give him Strong Belwas's scene from the book where they have him slice the horse's leg off and piss on the ground. After that point, apart from the sex scene, what does he really do?
Nothing, and that really fucking annoys me because I think the actor's fucking great. He can pull off some really good stuff. Because if anybody have seen The Haunting of Hill House, you'll know he's one of the main characters in that show, and he's bloody great, especially in one episode that I think he's fucking phenomenal in. Yeah, it really annoys me because when you'll remember when we first see him and I see that it's him, I was really excited. With the recasting with this actor, because this actor's really fucking good. And then he pretty much does nothing. And that really annoys me. Just a bit more than it would be anybody else, because I think the actor's fucking great. Mm-hmm. So that's a real shame.
Yeah. Yep. Again,
with the first episode, I see that sort of same sort of like elegance in his performance, and like he's got quite a bit of charisma because he plays quite a different character, but he's got a lot of charisma in episode 1, and then from there's nothing really to suggest he's going to be a major player in the story, and that really annoys me. That really does.
Yeah. Yep. Again, another stagnant character. It just seems to be a running theme
even more
with
so than
4.
probably when he was in season 3, because in season 3 he was like introduced and there was obviously a clear mystery about him, and they've not really developed him since then. Other than he kind of want to fuck Daenerys.
In season 3, episode 8 and 9, he's heavily focused on.
Yeah.
And then he gets a bit more in season 4, episode 1, and then he gets the Strong Belwas scene in episode 3, and then there's the sex scene, and that's really it, I guess.
Yeah, that's it.
It seems like his existence seems to do more for Jorah Mormont than it does for him.
Pretty much.
Yeah, and it's annoying that the sexual relationship that him and Daenerys have isn't her succumbing to a weakness. It's just her being like, okay, he's hot, let's have sex. You know, it doesn't feel like there's any real personal interest with it. It's just so vacuous. Which is a shame.
Yeah, really shame. I hope next season there's something. Otherwise, it's going to get scarily close to, getting to the final stretches of the show before maybe he does something that of worth of the actor. Because if they really don't do anything with him majorly, it's a big missed. It's a major missed opportunity with that kind of actor.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, when we eventually watch Hill House, and if there's nothing they do with him in this show, you'll be pretty much more annoyed because of the capabilities of him as an actor.
Well, I can't say
Trust
anything
me.
yet. I can't say anything
Yeah.
yet about
I know,
season
I know.
whatever.
So all I can do is hope that there is something he does that I'm like, yes, finally, this character's doing something, and it's with an amazing actor.
You'd hope so.
You hope so.
Anyway, then we had a developing connection between Missandei and Grey Worm as she's teaching him how to speak the
Yeah.
common tongue, and then they develop a spark of romance when they see each other nude in the river, and then confront each other in the temple about it.
Yeah, and I would say a nicely done side story. You know, nothing major, just there being a slight development every scene with those two.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I imagine there will be a payoff to it next season. I'd imagine for the next step in their, I guess, relationship. I think their scenes together were nice. I think in terms of a show where there's so much depression, there's so much sinister nature to a lot of characters. That being one of the few stories where there's just a bit of like, it's sweet and it's nice in a sense.
Yeah.
It's a nice to have that sprinkled into a show like this.
They're
at
also-
times, and it's very simple but executed pretty well, I'd say.
They're also very talented actors too. Jacob Anderson and Natalie
Yeah,
Emmanuel.
he's very good. Yeah, Jacob
Yeah.
Anderson is a very good actor.
Oh yeah, wasted by Chris Chibnall, that's for fucking sure.
Oh God, was he? Oh
Yep.
God, was he?
Like, it's amazing how that guy with that voice can play Grey Worm, who has such a different voice and a different demeanor and
Oh, yeah,
everything
he's
about
very,
him.
very British. A very British man.
But he's like, I am unsullied. I am Grey Worm. I remember nothing before she saved me. You know, like that whole character is so completely different to his real personality. It's really impressive.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Natalie Emmanuel, who plays Missandei, she was in like the Fast and Furious films.
Oh.
I remember because I think it's the scene before the Paul Walker like CGI thing. She's at the beach with Vin Diesel. Or something like that. I can't remember. The only thing I didn't like about this was the whole, from a world building perspective, how they do Grey Worm and the Unsullied taking over Marine through the plumbing. It was just a bit weird and contrived.
Very weird. Very weird.
Yeah. We had one more character that appeared in the Marine storyline. Only very briefly in 2 episodes. That was Hizdar Zolarak. I actually quite liked his contribution to this season a lot. I thought he added a dimension to Daenerys' storyline that was missing, that was sorely needed, and how he was there during the chains throwing at the gates, and then after his father was nailed to the wooden wall, he demanded to have his father buried. I thought that was a really nice detail that they added to his character. And he's one that you're going to see more of in season 5. So I think they did a good setup for him here.
Yeah, I'd agree. Nice little setup there.
Yes.
And pretty well performed.
Yes, now moving on from Marine, we have a storyline that takes place over 3 locations this season. Let's talk about Stannis Baratheon.
Yeah. Man, again, it feels like it takes them forever to get their story going again. And what you can hope for with his final scene, when they finally got the money from the Iron Bank, and then they appeared obviously in the last episode, saving Jon and taking Mance Raider captive, along with a lot of the wildlings beyond the wall. You would hope now he'll get a bit more back on track. You'd hope. Because ever since season 2, he's kind of just been mulling around, waiting to do his next thing. that's kind of been Stannis, and it's been quite annoying because I think Stannis is a character that has quite an interesting idea behind him, being the only real person who has an actual right to the throne, really.
Yep. Yeah, he's the
And
one.
it just kind of, yeah.
He is, like, I mean, Daenerys aside, he is the one true king of Westeros, legitimately.
Yeah.
He is the
He's
actual
the only one who
king.
really has a real true claim.
Yeah.
And it feels like they're, for a whole season and a half, really, up until they really go to Bravos to get money from the Iron Bank, he's just kind of mulling around, waiting to get going again. And I hope next season is the start of his journey back to prominence, I would say, as a character.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, because it's a tough thing, really, because again, this is once again a consequence of the showrunners changing a character but keeping all the same, well, not the same, but keeping a lot of the similar plot points in the show to the books, right? Apart from the fact that they completely remove the storyline where he captures Theon's sister at Deepwood Mort, and Davos goes to White Harbor. They cut that whole stuff out, but which is a shame, which is probably why they hang around at Dragonstone for too long. Because they didn't want to do any of that stuff. But it's... The thing is, with him being at Dragonstone after Blackwater, in the books, it's better because he's developing as a character. It's supposed to be focusing on how he is changing as a person before he goes back and does something about it. Whereas in the TV show in season 3, he's stagnant because he's already on the Red Woman's side at the start of season 2. And so you don't actually get that growth. You don't get that transition where he's finally being persuaded by the Lord of Light. Whereas in the show, he already is kind of on that side. And it works for season 2, but because they all put all their eggs in that basket, it means that the only thing you can really do in season 3 and 4 is develop his relationship with his daughter, which they do well, admittedly. Of course, there's that stupid scene in season 3 where he's horny for some reason, which is dumb. They shouldn't have done that.
Yeah.
But with this season, they established that I am fading away. My claim to the throne is disappearing. We have to do something about it now. And of course, they come up with the idea of the Iron Bank. And because they don't do any of the stuff with the Deepwood Mott with, Theon's sister, and they don't do the White Harbor plot, he's basically just not in it for a whole bunch of episodes. And then they go to Bravos and they go to the Iron Bank and they get the money. And then again, he's not in it for a few episodes, and then he turns up at the wall. So he kind of goes missing for a lot of this season because they cut a lot of his story. And he doesn't get the chance to develop as a character because he's already kind of in a position of being pre-developed. So, and unfortunately, because of him being pre-developed, it kind of makes Ned Stark look a bit stupid for trusting him. As opposed to in A Song of Ice and Fire, when Stannis begins season 2 as being as honorable as Ned to an extent, and then eventually becomes less so once the Red Woman persuades him to be on her side, around the time that they are putting the leeches on Edric Storm, who in the show they use Gendry instead. So yeah, he just sort of... Stannis doesn't get what you would imagine he should get in season 4 because of the position his character's in and the cuts they made to his story. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't do something going forward, because now that he's at Castle Black and now that he's with Jon Snow, they don't really have any excuse. They have to give him a story now, because he's in a really important position. And this, now him coming from the north side, is the chance for them to tell the story of him, right, what happens now that he's going to have a second go at trying to claim the throne after Blackwater, what happens from here? And basically now you're just waiting around for, does season 5 do that? Does season 5 follow up on this in the way that it should? And that's basically what you're going to have to wait for. So, yeah. Really, the only thing they really did with Stannis was transition him from being barren and losing his claim to now having lots of horses, lots of men, lots of armor, and lots of gold, and being at Castle Black with Jon Snow, who has a connection because of Ned Stark.
Mhm.
And again, you know, the actor, Stephen Delane, is great, but you have to give him material for him to reach his full potential.
Yeah.
Like, you saw how good he was in season 2, like, when they gave him the great storyline with the Blackwater stuff. Like, he was so damn good in season 2 because of that. But, yeah, basically with the TV show, I would say season 5 is the opportunity to do him great again. Since season 2. You know, this is the moment that they have to get it right. It's just a question of whether or not they do.
Yeah, and by the track record right now of their ever-declining writing, I don't have high hopes it'll be as good as season 2's Stannis. Yeah, I'm slightly worried.
Yeah, I mean, I can't tell you anything about season 5, but what I can tell you about A Song of Ice and Fire is that Stannis Baratheon is one of my top 5 characters in the books. He's amazing. Absolutely amazing, and they made a great casting choice for him. The problem with Stannis Baratheon is David Benioff and Dan Weiss. That's the problem.
Yeah, it's a problem.
Right. One of the other major characters in that storyline is Davos Seaworth, who's often the point of view character, and one of the most likable characters in that storyline. I mean, I like Davos Seaworth a lot. And he's charming, and he has a really good relationship with, you know, Stannis' daughter, Shireen, and his contempt for the Red Woman, and you get that charming bit at the Iron Bank with Salladhor Saan. Of course, you get that awesome scene where he convinces the Iron Bank to back Stannis with all the facts that he presents. And Liam Cunningham's a great actor, so I think Davos is, like, enjoyable in Season 4. But, you know, apart from that great bit at the Braavosi Bank that he does with his, you know, pulling his glove off, is there really that much more to say about Davos
Not
Seaworth?
really. There's nice moments here and there, like him trying to read and then figuring out, oh, we can actually borrow money from the Iron Bank. But other than that, and that scene in the Iron Bank, he's very much in a very passive role this season and doesn't have much screen time at all.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Still a good character, but just not really present.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, much like the whole set of characters from that side of the world, they don't get much screen time this season.
Yeah, and again, it's the same thing with the Red Woman, Melisandre. She's a really good character. She just doesn't get much to do. Like, she, you know, she gets the burning the people on the pyre at the start of the season. You get the scene with her and Stannis' wife near the middle of the season, and then she sees Jon Snow in the last episode. Sort of these 3 main points that she gets. And, you know, the Red Woman's good, but again, she just doesn't get much screen time. She's just sort of there for a bit. I guess the only really major thing they do is that she decides that they need to bring Stannis' daughter with them to Castle Black. So, yeah, I mean, I suppose they do have that meeting in the sort of council at Dragonstone as well, where Shireen, Selyse expresses her discontent for her daughter. But then, of course, because she's so bound to the Lord of Light and the Red Woman, she, you know, goes along with what is being proposed. I mean, it's like, none of this stuff is bad with the Red Woman, Selyse, and Shireen. It's just, it's so minor. Like, the screen time is tiny. It's minuscule for this season. It definitely feels like they're not one of the favorite storylines for the showrunners. It's almost like they're doing it out of obligation. But I think it's carried because I think a lot of the acting is really good in that storyline. I think it really carries it a lot. And obviously, Stannis Baratheon seems to always be around some of the most interesting looking locations like Dragonstone and Braavos and Castle Black, you know, with the wall.
Mm-hmm.
He seems to benefit from a really good set dressing. So yeah, this, again, for Stannis Baratheon's whole storyline with Davos, the Red Woman, Selyse, Shireen, it all just felt like a transitional season between 3 and 5 to me.
And you know what I've just realised? A character I've not even thought of at all during this whole season. Gendry. Yeah, he didn't appear once this season.
Yeah.
I've just realised.
Yeah, at the end of season 3, he rode away to Flea Bottom.
Yep, and he
We
has
haven't
not
seen
been
him.
seen since.
He's not been seen. Nope. Basically, pretty much forgotten about, really.
Oh yeah, he wasn't mentioned once this season, I don't think.
I think he
once.
I think he was mentioned once in the Stannis storyline near the start of the season.
Oh yeah, he was, but not by name. That's
Yeah.
Other than that, that's it. They mention it in passing, and that's kind of it. Actually, even then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully, it picks up next season. That's
see, here's the thing though, because Gendry never goes to Dragonstone in A Song of Ice and Fire. He stays with the Brotherhood without banners, and he's part of the whole Brave Companion storyline with Brienne. So that's different, you know. But because they don't do Edric Storm, they bring Gendry to Dragonstone. He has to be part of that storyline instead. And then he rows away instead of being put away on a ship. So Gendry goes back home to where he was at the start. That's a good point, though. The absence of Gendry, sort of the forgotten figure.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
you know, Robert Baratheon's bastard son.
Oh yeah, very important.
Very important.
Absolutely. Yep. Anyway, let's move on to Castle Black now that we've talked about Stannis Baratheon. Let's talk about Jon Snow. Jon Snow had a pretty big season.
Let's talk. Yeah, he did. I would honestly say, out of all characters, probably the character from start to finish I enjoyed the most, for me. I really enjoyed Jon this season. I really enjoyed his build-up to what would be the kind of one of two standout episodes with, you know, the Watchers on the Wall.
Yep.
With his story with Ygritte and that sort of ending of their relationship. I really enjoyed a lot of scenes with Jon. I think Kit Harington actually really did a really good job performance-wise. And I think his standout moment was Ygritte's death. Not only in episode 9, but also episode 10, burning her body. I think he really brought a lot to the performance of Jon.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jon as a character, I would say, bar probably bits of episode 10, you know, at the start, with his whole plan, I would say he's probably, for me, the most consistent character in the show right now.
Yeah,
I would say he's the one character that I am confident going forward will be relatively at the same level as a character. And up until, obviously, a certain point. But going forward to next season, I'm confident his story going in this new direction, I'd imagine. I'm excited and interested to see where he goes next, post Ygritte's death.
Yes, of course. Yeah, and obviously they added that whole Mutiny at Cress's Keep mini storyline in the middle of the season as well, and that was also really good.
That fucking ruled, that did.
Yeah.
I think Jon, honestly, I've said this many times during this season, but Jon's story has always been really consistent, but this build-up of him sort of becoming quite a prominent character in terms of what he believes in has been really interesting to watch. And having him going on this journey with all these characters and the amount of people he's had to face off against during this time, he's a character that is really easy to connect with in a lot of ways when there's so much despicable people in this show with a lot of different motives and a lot of sinister nature. him being one of the most likable and honorable characters in the show, you can really easily attach yourself in terms of like investment to John.
Yeah.
And I feel like that really comes into fruition this season, where he takes a lot of command in a lot of scenes.
Yeah.
And especially in episode 9, where he really comes into his own, I feel, a lot of times.
Absolutely.
He's a really character that I've always enjoyed, but this season is really the season where I feel like I'm fully on board with John as a person and character.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I
absolutely.
really enjoyed John this season.
Seeing him, especially, I mean, he's had a lot of great stuff with his character in seasons 1, 2, 3, and 4, but the whole journey of him going through that entire relationship with Eirich from start to end has completely evolved his character massively. And we finally, at the end of season 4, saw the conclusion to that story with him and Eirich. And yes, there was that silly bit of writing they did with him with Mance Rayder that was weird.
Strange.
But apart from that, he was rock solid throughout season 4. They actually gave him things to do. This is one of the the last examples of Dave and Dan adding something on top of the source material that actually worked really well, which was the Mutiny at Crassus Keep. It gave the middle of the season a thing for John to do before the Watchers on the Wall. And it had a really cool bit where he nearly met Bran again, and then they didn't see each other. It was like this bit of...
That scene was very good.
Bit of close contact. They sort of did a similar thing with Arya and Sansa as well. But yeah, John was really, really good throughout most of the season, I think. And the friction he had with certain other characters too, and...
Like 95%, I would say, John was pretty great, I'd say.
Yep. And it, especially now that Stannis Baratheon is at Castle Black, it adds a whole new dimension to how is John going to handle things in season 5.
This is because these first 3 seasons for John have been a lot of him sort of finding himself and finding a role for him, really. And this season felt like the culmination of that. And I feel like now he's going to be really pushed into another gear with this new side of his story with Stannis coming north. I feel like John as a character only naturally is going to become more prominent in terms of a leadership role officially, and I'm really looking forward to what he does next.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting seeing, because he's had times before where he's been at Castle Black with certain Lord Commander Mormont and other authorities around him. But now he's in a situation where he's actually confronted with someone who's claiming to have the right to the Iron Throne at Castle Black with him, which is a big deal. And someone that Stannis Baratheon's claim to the throne happened because of Ned Stark, and Ned Stark is, Jon's father, so that's a big connection there, right? Yes, it's an interesting thing going forward to think about. For sure. And I think they did a really good job with Jon this season. They did fantastic. Doing the whole...
Agreed.
It was certainly very plot heavy, is what I would say. For sure.
It was, yeah.
Whereas
very
I think...
involved he was.
Whereas I think seasons 2 and 3 were very character heavy for him, specifically.
It was.
Even though there
Which
was a lot of...
got paid off massively in this season.
There was a lot of traveling around and whatnot, but character-wise, that all paid off in the last episode of season 3 when he had that scene with Eirich by the pond. He did the whole, I know some things. I know I love you, and I know you love me. And then, of course, in this season, they have the whole him coming back to the wall, dealing with the Mutiny at Crassus Keep, having the battle at the wall with Eirich returning, and then her dying. So yeah, I think Jon had a great season. Samwell Tarly.
Been a very interesting season in terms of, his sort of relationship with, not only Jon, but, with, what's her name?
Gilly.
Top of my head, I can't... Gilly, there you go. I think his relationship with Gilly has taken a very interesting journey, I'd say, since they've been back at the Wall and Castle Black. His sort of like, while being still afraid, has stepped up in a lot of ways, not just in terms of actually fighting in time at times, but as a person, and really trying his best to take care of people like Gilly. I've been really impressed by Samuel Tully this season.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the culmination in episode 9 really paid off well, and he was great in that episode. I think we're seeing, not just for this season, but his character as a whole all came together at the end of this season. I think he did so well in episode 9.
Watching the Wall was very much a Sam-centric episode, along with John. Those were the two very big characters during that episode.
Yeah. Sam, finally taking the command of, this is who I am, this is why I'm a man of the Night's Watch, but also I can also be your partner, look after you and your baby, It's quite heroic of him, given that Samuel Tarly is who he is. And I think it's fair to say that Samuel Tarly has been referenced as being a self-insert character by George R. R. Martin. He says that he's probably the character in the show that's the most like him, along with Tyrion Lannister. And it's the, he's a nerdy bookworm, he's obese, he's, bullied, but Sam has heart, he has determination, he just didn't, it's not that he couldn't be heroic, it's just that he didn't believe he could because of how much his father bullied him. But then, in this season, he finally rises to the occasion, and it's really satisfying to see Sam do that. And I really like what they did with Sam in this season. I thought it was fantastic. Building on all the stuff they've done before. Of course, that relationship with Gilly is a big part of it. She goes to Molestown for a lot of this season. Has to deal with her baby being in a whorehouse. Of course, then there's the big attack by the wildlings, and then she goes back to the Wall again. It's a sort of, I guess you could say, she's taken away from Sam because of the rules, but then brought back because he stops caring about the rules. He cares more about her rather than honoring those rules, And there's a lot in this during this season, not just with them, but sort of the questioning what the rules really are. And this is sort of a result of Geo Mormont disappearing and dying, is that now everyone is saying, well, the rules are written a certain way, but do they really mean this? And this is scenes where Sam says things like, well, they forbid marriage, but they don't forbid everything, And then there's bits where Thorne is saying things like there's a difference between going to Molestown for a whore than sleeping with a wildling, And there's all these different definitions of what the rules are, and it's almost like now the code of the Night's Watch, rather than being set in stone, it seems like it's more like a biblical interpretation of what the rules are. And it seems adjusted person to person, which is an interesting conflict, because now you're going to get different people seeing the rules in different ways. Because, Mormont's not there to enforce them and remind them what they are. But it's interesting because Mormont himself bent the rules with Craster. And I think all the Night's Watch people are now, they are being influenced by seeing Mormont not follow his own rules and saying, well, if my Lord Commander doesn't have to follow all the rules, then why should I? And they're sort of acting more on instinct now. And it's sort of almost a modern idea of what the Night's Watch is compared to what it was in the archaic years, many years ago when it first started, which is quite interesting to think about. Because it means less order and more chaos, but it also means more free thinking. To some extent. So Samuel, Tarly, and Gilly's story in the season I think paid off really well. Of course, we had the deaths of Pip and Gren, who'd been there since season 1.
Yes, we did. Very sad deaths.
Yes, they actually didn't die during this battle in the novels, and they have something that they actually end up doing later in the in A Dance with Dragons that isn't in the show for them, so I'll have to address that later. But yeah, they were likable characters. On the whole,
Yeah.
they developed their bully John at the start, and then they grew to become his friend, and then they end up dying honorably, defending the wall.
Yeah.
So yeah,
Very sad deaths of side characters that you've grown to really know and appreciate, along with John.
yes, of course, Edison Tillett with his dark sense of humor, saying, you know, who was the last to die, burn the rest. And then, of course, during the whole Battle of the Wall, because Thorn, John, and Slint go down, he has to take command of the top. He's one of those sort of... Edison Tillett is one of those characters that never develops, but he's just one of those small incidental characters on the side. And I believe he's written in as like a subversion of a trope. Like in the books, he's called Dolorious Ed, which is sort of... And I guess the writing kind of bullies him a bit. Which is why there's that whole scene where in season 2 when Cersei says, and those brave men of the Night's Watch are defending our honor. And then you have Edison Tillett making like a childish fart joke or something, which is real funny. But yeah, he takes command during the battle and does well. Then of course we have Alliser Thorne, Jon's mortal enemy at the wall, but stands valiantly in battle to defend.
He does.
Your thoughts on him in this season? Because obviously he's back for the first time since season 1.
Yeah, I think in terms of re-establishment of their sort of rivalry and hatred, I think, yeah, I really enjoyed his presence there and his sort of conflicts with Jon. And I think to have him then go and defend, I think was a very, very well done, I'd say. It makes you like... Because he's not outright hateable and dislikable, but he's obviously got his way and his motive, and
he's very prejudiced. He's very prejudiced
yes,
against certain people.
But along with that, he does still want to defend and do his duty. Like he's very honourable in that sense, I'd say, in that specific way. And I think I enjoyed, you know, his fight, and I think it was actually pretty well choreographed. And yeah, I think the actor does a really good job with the material he's given.
I think the best thing about Alliser Thorne for me is the actor Owen Teale. He's amazing.
Yeah,
he's such a good actor. And I love the detail here. Now he says Mormont's not here to save you now, Jon Snow. You know, there's no more authority over Thorne to stop him.
I am interested in the aftermath of the battle, and with Stannis now there, when he eventually heals up, and I imagine he will appear next season, where he goes from here with Jon, and if he interacts with Stannis, what that could be, maybe, not sure. I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it certainly should be interesting if that happens. Yes, indeed. Of course, Janos Slint was at the wall this season. The last time we saw him before season 4 was at the start of season 2, after he killed a bunch of Robert's babies, and also betrayed Ned Stark in season 1 as commander of the City Watch. Then Tyrion banished him to the wall, and now we finally see him again at the wall. And the massive coward that he is.
Coward.
Absolute coward, and hid during the battle at the wall.
Hid with a woman, oh my god.
It's interesting because the Hound also did the same thing during Blackwater, but the reason why he did that is because firstly,
he had enough.
Firstly, he saw the fire, he hates the fire, and secondly, he had enough of Joffrey.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, very much setting him up to conflict, I guess, with Jon at some point, knowing that he knows how much of a coward he is. Imagine next season
if
there'll be
Jon,
interesting conflict there.
If Samwell Tarly tells Jon about what happened with Janos Slint, you know, hiding during the battle, dishonorably, like a coward, you'd have to wonder what would happen to him then. Because a very minor character was Othel Yarwick, who's the master of the builders. A lot of the time with Yarwick was that you could tell he wanted to side with Jon, but he was too scared to because he feared Alliser Thorne on the seats. I think that added a dimension to the arguments between Jon and Alistair Thorne that worked really well. Especially, like, you know, how Jon's like, we need to seal the tunnel. And you could clearly see that Yarwick agreed, but he didn't want to agree with him because Alistair Thorne did want to seal the tunnel. Even though later on, Thorne admitted that Jon was right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then, of course, Maester Aemon.
He had some quite interesting scenes throughout the season.
Yes, he did indeed. Mostly with Samuel Tarly.
Yeah, he did that scene in the library in episode 9. It was very interesting. Quite well done. And I really like the actor.
Oh, yeah, he's so good.
Mm-hmm. Very, very, very likable and very sweet, I would say, in terms of performance-wise.
Yeah,
It's
funny. You often forget that he's a Targaryen that was supposed to be on the Iron Throne.
You do, yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess that's sort of the idea behind him, really.
Yeah. He's like one of the most important people in the entire Westeros, and he's sort of just hidden away at Castle Black. No one's really talking about him as the Maester. And he clearly has more wisdom because being on the Iron Throne would have gotten killed much earlier than he did. You know, would have gotten him killed very early because being a Targaryen on the Iron Throne during this time period, like, you know, it's just recipe for disaster. Of course, he revoked that and joined the Night's Watch instead, living happily at what seems to be close to 100 years old or something like that. Very at peace too. He doesn't seem to be startled. And everyone, what I love about it as well is that everyone at the Wall respects Maester Aemon as well. Even Alistair Thorne.
Yeah. I grew up in King's Landing.
Of course, Ygritte had an interesting season with meeting the Thenns, then doing the big raid on the farm with murdering all the innocents. And then
in terms of screen time, she was very much. She had much less, I'd say, but it was always leading towards, you know, that scene in episode 9, really. It was sort of, prolonging the sort of payoff of their story.
I mean, the thing is, part of the reason why they had to do that, I guess, is because they added in the Mutiny at Craster's Keep storyline. And that adds a lot more time between when Jon leaves her and when the battle happens. And so to make amends for that, they added in the extra bit of her and Tormund and the Thenns raiding that village, so that she got like an extra episode with, you know. And then obviously the bit at Molestown in episode 8 as well, where she sees Gilly. So they added a bit more for her to do in the season that would have otherwise not existed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Given that they added the Craster's Keep stuff. But I think, in the little screen time that they had, they utilized her well, and they basically just paid off her storyline, you know, concluded it. I mean, really, Ygritte's storyline kind of concluded at the end of season 3, really, character-wise. You know, past that point, all it was just, you know, she's just fighting for Mance Rayder and wants revenge against Jon. And then eventually she ends up at the Wall. She has a great battle, and then she gets shot by Ollie through Sam's orders. And that's kind of a justice thing, because she helped raid Ollie's village, and then Ollie got his revenge by killing her, but inadvertently killed the person that Jon Snow loves. So it was a nice bit of cause and effect, really. And then we got that lovely scene where she gets cremated by Jon in episode 10. Mm-hmm. And that's the end of her story. I think she's definitely one of the strongest side characters the show's ever had. She was fantastic.
Agreed. Very strong. Very, very strong in writing, and the
very well acted.
Bloody great.
Oh yeah, and Kit Harington and Rose Leslie had so much chemistry that they ended up marrying in real life.
Yep, they did. They did do that.
Yep. Indeed. Of course, we had Tormund Giantsbane as well, who was part of that group. And I liked his dynamic with the Thenns, like the clash. He's like, I fucking hate Thenns. And then eventually they have to force themselves to get along to, for the greater good of fighting against Castle Black. And I think my favorite scene with Tormund was in episode 10 when Jon Snow confronted him when he was arrested and said, did you love her?
Same. I'd probably say that's my favorite scene with him too. I really like the exchange about Ygritte. I'd say I think was probably the best part.
And he was like, did you love her? She loved you. I knew, because she'd always talk about wanting to kill you. I think one thing that they've established really well about Tormund is that he has a temper that he finds hard to control when he gets angry, but when he calms down, he can actually have a really intelligent conversation. Like an intelligent...
Yeah.
And he also has a bit of a wild sense of humor as well, trying to big himself up. He certainly has a boyish ego, is the word you would use. He tries to make himself seem really impressive. But I think throughout seasons 3 and 4, he's been characterized well as being complex in a sense, because he's challenging for Jon Snow it's interesting because he has a sort of like almost caveman mindset, but he is smart as well at the same time. It's kind of hard to explain because he deals with life in simple ways, but he understands people and their complexities. And that's what I like about Tormund. And also, he gets a badass fight with Alistair Thorne in episode 9.
He does.
Yeah. I just love him because he's just this big fucking Viking. Yes. Of course, we had Styr and the Thenns, the cannibals with the crazy bald heads and faces. They reminded me a lot of Lord of the Rings, actually, their design and their sort of characterization.
Yeah. Very interesting designs.
Yes. Certainly one of the more, like, sort of simplistic, evil characters Styr was. How he went to Ollie's village and he says just
I like killing and I like eating.
And I'm gonna eat your mother. And then Jon whacks a sledgehammer into his head during the battle.
Yep, that was pretty cool.
Yeah. I think that actor had a lot of fun playing Styr. I'll say that much.
Oh, he definitely did.
Yes, I think my favourite scene with him was actually in the first episode in Two Swords when they met Tormund and Ygritte.
The sort of, the conflict between them. Yeah.
Yep. Of course, we have Ollie, who's a show-only character they introduced. The raiding party happened. He saw his whole family and all of his farmsmen get killed, runs to the wall, heartbroken, his life ruined. Of course, he gets his revenge by shooting Ygritte. He has an Andy. Andy's the boy who pushes the elevator up and down. I thought Ollie's little role in this season was quite interesting.
Yeah, quite interesting, and I always sort of was near Jon a lot, because I think Jon's quite a comforting person to be around in this sort of situation.
Yeah, it's interesting because I talked about how Tommen is like a device for the King's Landing plot, but they use him well. Except the difference is Tommen doesn't do anything. He kind of impacts the role by being king and does nothing, and other people do his job for him. Whereas with Ollie, he is also a device for the wall plot, but he actually does a lot of major things. Most specifically, he shoots Ygritte.
Yeah, because I guess it's sort of the environment, how different it can be for some people.
Yeah.
He's sort of very much stood up in his own way. And is in his own way just a small bit of like revenge and justice.
It's interesting when you think about it though. Ollie and Tommen Baratheon, they are two kids in the world. One of them's king of Westeros and does nothing. The other one is a farmer's boy and does a lot.
And defends, in every sense he is defending Westeros.
Yeah. And it shows the difference between the Night's Watch and King's Landing, like the kind of roles they have. The lifestyle they live. It kind of goes back to what it kind of goes back to that whole conversation in season 1 that Tyrion has with Benjen and Yoren about, you know, we're up here doing the hard work while you rich cunts can sleep in your nice warm beds down south, you know? And then we had, very briefly, we had Mance Rayder, whose presence was felt throughout the whole season, but he didn't actually appear until the last episode. He certainly lit the greatest fire the North's ever seen, that's for certain.
Yeah, he certainly lived up to that.
They made some changes to him. I think... I like the actor. I just think by stripping back some of his character traits, they've made him a little bit less interesting as a character, even though he does have an interesting part to play in the world, with him being, you know, leader of the free folk, on the 100,000 that he commands. I really liked his sort of let's drink to Eirich after he found out that she died, because he valued her.
And Gren as well, to be fair.
Yes, yes. Of course, and the giant too.
Mm-hmm.
You know. I think Mance Rayder is a really interesting character, but again, he just doesn't get much screen time, does he? He's very...
No.
very
I imagine he'll get a bit more next season. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, now that he's been captured by Stannis Baratheon, and they've gone to Castle Black, it's a very interesting scenario.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Of course. And then we had the fucking legend from Janelle, Carl Tanner.
Oh, yeah.
The mini-boss.
Great little boss he was, yeah.
Yes. One of my favourite show-only characters. He's just such a fun character.
Yeah.
And Bern Gorman plays him brilliantly.
Role, but delivers quite the performance.
Yep.
In that
interactions with... His interactions with, you know, calling Rast a ballsack, and then, like, drinking at a Geomormont skull. You got his interactions with Bran and Jojen and Mira and Hodor. And then, of course, the big battle with Jon Snow at the end. And the revenge from one of Craster's wives. Jon stabbing him through the back of his head. It's so great. I love Carl Tanner. Such a fun character. I was a fucking legend.
I was a fucking legend.
Yeah, he was great. Rast also met his end as Ghost killed him after he was released from his cage.
He did indeed.
Bit of revenge. Rast was part of that bully group that bullied Jon in season 1.
Mm-hmm. He was.
With Pip and Gren. Of course, Pip and Gren redeemed themselves, whereas Rast went the opposite way. Continued to bully Samuel Tarly beyond the wall, and then ended up part of the Craster's mutiny. And then at his end here, season 4. He really does look like a ballsack, though, doesn't he? Yeah. Anyway, speaking of Beyond the Wall, we have Bran Stark.
Yeah. Very much felt this season that it took them a while. It did take them a whole season to get to where they needed to be. But in terms of screen time, especially in the second half, very, very minor role this season. And obviously, with the death of Joran, he'll probably feel quite... Yeah. And he'll feel quite... I guess vulnerable going forward, I guess. With no real guide, in a sense. Someone who he can really relate to in a lot of ways.
He's got to put all his eggs in the three-eyed raven's basket, right?
Pretty much. Obviously, with him deciding not to meet up with Jon again, quite a choice. And
I mean, it's interesting though with Bran is that it seems like between episode 5 and episode 10, there's a massive time jump with him because he's gone all the way beyond the wall, like far beyond the wall, way to the other side. You know, he's getting really, really far north, like further north than Jon even got in season 2. And so I think the only reason they had to do that is because they wanted to have that payoff at the end of season 4. But like, realistically, I think that the time it would take to get from Craster's Keep to that werewood tree would take a very, very long time. And I think maybe, structure-wise, what that would, like, realistically speaking, where they end up at the end of Season 4 is probably where they realistically should end up at the end of Season 5, if you get what I mean. But they just wanted to show you where they ended up as they jumped forward in time. Of course, Bran doesn't appear at all in Season 5, which is somewhat of a disconnect in a way. And it means that they cut out, you know... They had the opportunity to show him do training and whatnot with the Three-Eyed Raven. But they don't do that, so his whole storyline just doesn't happen at all in Season 5, so you're going to have to wait till Season 6 to see how his storyline goes forward. Which is a bit of a shame.
Yeah.
I think my main issue with Bran is that, like, he seems a lot of the time, especially ever since Osha left, Bran seems like he's not really much of a character. He's more just a series of plot moments. And it's all about, like...
Yeah.
He wants to discover the mystery behind what's going on with him, but his personality is pretty bland. Especially at this point. I think he had a lot more...
I'd say so, yeah.
A lot more of his personality as a child was him reacting to things, you know, around him. And his whole dynamic, especially with Maester Luwin, was great. And Theon, and Ned, and Jon Snow.
Yeah, that sort of is where he peaked in terms of these 4 seasons.
Yeah, his dynamic with the Maester Luwin's probably my favourite bits with Bran's character, personality-wise. With Season 3, at least you did have the Osha connection, was still there. With Season 4, you know, you do get the whole thing of him seeing Jon and then choosing to go, but, like, again, just feels like Bran doesn't have much of a personality. You know, it's more just about the journey. It seems like the characters around him have more personality, like Jojen Reed and Hodor. And Hodor's doesn't even have a character, he just has one word, but it's like... There seems to be a lot of plot there with Bran in his storyline, but there doesn't seem to be that much character, at least on the TV show, with his stuff now. And that's a little concerning. Not a bad character per se, but just lacking in comparison to others.
Say that. Yeah.
I guess the most interesting little turn they do with him is when he gets caught up at Craster's Keep and then Locke tries to take him away for the Boltons, which would have sabotaged his whole journey to the Three-Eyed Raven. You know who had quite an interesting season, actually, was Hodor. He was on quite the receiving end of a lot of things. He was
being possessed many times.
Many times against his will, really, without, you know, consent, and just sort of, like, there's so many moments in the season where he's being attacked and he's in mortal danger and freaking out, and then he gets possessed. You gotta feel for him, you know? He's quite a victim in the season, Hodor is. And he's just sort of there out of dedication. Dedication to Bran. It's a big sacrifice for the giant to make, really.
Yeah, it does, certainly.
Yes. With Jojen Reed, they emphasize a lot of the mystery and then they end up killing him. So I feel like his character's a bit unfulfilled, and it's a shame because Thomas Sangster's quite a good actor. You know, he was always a really good child actor, but even as an older actor, he's still quite good. He plays
very, very good.
He plays the mystery really well. And then his sister Mira, I think the best thing they did with her was the whole thing they did with Carl Tanner at Craster's Keep, you know, having her be a victim. The fact that she's entering a dangerous environment for women, but she's still doing it because of, again, the dedication to this mission. For Bran to go to the Three-Eyed Raven. It's like the whole destiny of it, and her having to look after Jojen Reed as well, her brother. Although now that she's gone all the way there and her brother's dead, so in a way it's almost like her character needs to shift from here because she no longer has that duty to protect her brother. The one question that I always come to mind here with those two is that, like, is their father still alive, and is he asking where the fuck they are? That's the one thing I've always wondered, is Howland Reed still alive? I don't really know. They don't really say anything. They don't really explain what happens to him. So I don't really know. That's the one question I've always had is like, surely if Howland Reed was still alive and he didn't know where they were, he would have asked about it. Unless, of course, the implication is that their father does know about it and he's just not saying to anyone else about it. Whereas kids have gone. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's just implied that he's not alive anymore. No idea. That's one thing that I would have liked explained, honestly. I would have liked it to be addressed what their relationship is like with their father and where he is and why he's not asking about them if he's still alive. That's all I would say. Howland Reed is quite a, world building wise speaking, he's quite a major figure in the North. He is Lord of a castle. You'd think that he would have some say in certain things.
I think so.
But yeah, I digress. Of course, we had a character that crossed between two storylines. We had Locke. So instead of being part of the great brave companions like Vargo Hope was in the novels, instead, we see him with the Boltons for one episode, and then he goes to Castle Black, joins the Night's Watch, and tries to capture Bran, but then gets killed by Hodor. So I think Locke had quite an interesting season to end his character.
Yeah.
An unexpected one, for sure.
It was quite unexpected. I was not expecting it. I really enjoy the actor. I think he has a certain suave about him, I'd say.
I mean, he was fantastic in season 3.
Yes,
when
was.
he, cutting off Jaime's hand and then putting Brienne in the bear pit. That was all fantastic stuff. And then, of course, this season went to the Wall and tried to continue the Bolton mission, but then ended up failing. I think Locke had a good season. I just feel bad for Brienne's storyline because I feel like continuing that rivalry between Brienne and Locke would have been a good idea. It's just that for whatever reason, Dave and Dan didn't want to do that because I guess maybe they thought the idea of Lady Stoneheart was too fantasy and they didn't want to go in that direction. But I don't know. Regardless, I think Locke still had a good season, even though it was different.
Agreed. And I enjoyed his presence.
I like the way he would constantly lie to Jon Snow's face. I thought that was quite good. Yeah. Yes. Right, speaking of the Boltons, we have Theon Greyjoy, also known as Reek, who only appeared in a few episodes, but I thought he was great.
I think whenever he was on screen, along with obviously Ramsay Snow, now Ramsay Bolton.
Yep.
I really enjoyed the performances. I felt out of all performances, it was quite a multi task to quite massive in terms of demand to perform in the way he did with so much layers to it.
Especially in episode 8 when he went to Moat Cailin. That was very impressive.
Absolutely. That was sort of the peak of it, really. And I think the performance was quite impressive in terms of scenes. It was quite a standout scene for him.
Yes. The only thing I would have changed is I would have changed the whole thing with him and his sister. I think that thing was, they messed that up a bit.
That was one real flaw with his season,
and again,
I'd say.
The only reason why they did that is because they didn't want to do the storyline with Stannis capturing his sister, so instead they tried to have her try and rescue him instead. And I don't think they executed it as well as they could have. And it probably would have been better if they went with Ramsay offering Reek the choice to go to Yara and then him rejecting it. I don't know if they would have wanted to. It's a tough thing, right? Because you have that scene at the end of season 3 where Ramsay sends Rion's dick in a box to Balon, and then Yara swears to avenge him, goes to try and rescue him, and it fails. It kind of feels like her character has taken a dip because she was great in season 2, but then ever since then she's just sort of been a bit of a flop, I think.
A bit, yeah.
Yeah, I also think I have kind of mixed feelings on Ramsay at this point. I think his dynamic with his father is fantastic, and his dynamic with Theon is fantastic. But that whole thing of actually, and you know, the sort of the relationship he has with Miranda is all right too. That's fine. But it's the whole thing of him being a crazy lunatic with his shirt off and all that. That just came across as ridiculous to me.
It's very goofy, I'd say.
And I think that's one of the only things I really don't like about Ramsay at this point in the show so far, is that they just make him a bit too Jokerish and a bit too wacky when he should be like a cold-blooded psychopath. You know? Ramsay's supposed to be super fucking scary to the point where Reek literally is in fear of him every second he's around him. And because Ramsay's a bit too boyish, it's not scary enough for me. I think he should be way more intimidating to Reek, to the point where you can really properly believe that Reek is fully under this man's command. You know, you've seen the way that Ramsay can manipulate him and can control him, for sure. But in terms of presence, I think I would prefer if Ramsay was a bit more intimidating than the sort of crazy, wacky boy he is, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I think it's it's sometimes a step too far in a lot of ways.
Yeah. So they're trying to make him
just slightly take a step back at times.
Yeah. It's like they're almost trying to turn him into like this sort of two-dimensional caricature of Joffrey without the rationale sometimes. But then again, you do get some of the character stuff, like the arc of him trying to prove himself to his father is fulfilled when he seals Moat Cailin and gets legitimized as a Bolton. That's actually really, really good. That whole arc he has with his dad. And again, it's like, it's weird. With Roose Bolton, like, I put him as my favorite side character of season 3 because he was brilliant in season 3 with Robb and Walder Frey. But then with this season, he's only in 2 episodes. He's barely in it, and his only purpose really is to serve Ramsay's arc.
Pretty much, yeah.
And to introduce that his wife that Walder Frey offered him, one of Walder Frey's daughters, Walder with an A.
On the bright side, they'll be heading back to Winterfell, so that'll be an interesting setting next season.
Yes, and Winterfell will no longer be on fire in the title sequence. Will no longer be smoking.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yes,
because I believe it was still slightly smoky, or maybe not. I'm just looking back on it now. Maybe not, but it clearly is going to be quite the burnt scenery if time doesn't pass.
Well, we haven't really seen Winterfell since the last episode of season 2, right?
Yeah, it's been 2 whole seasons.
Yeah, very interesting. A lot's happened since then. A lot of weddings. A lot of weddings.
Weddings and deaths.
Yes. It all started with Robb's wedding to Talisa after Winterfell was burned. And then the most recent wedding would have been... I guess it would have been Joffrey and Marjorie, wouldn't it? Unless I'm forgetting something. No, it would have
been Littlefinger and...
Oh, yes, Littlefinger and Lysarin. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, definitely that's the last one, yeah.
Yes, of course.
And again, another death.
Yes, true. We had a few little minor characters that appeared throughout. We had Bernadette, who was Cersei's little bird. She heard everything. That was a great little moment.
That didn't really lead to anything, did it?
What was the conversation that she heard again?
That Shay and Tyrion were sort of discussing things, like about them, and then Cersei found out because she would have told her.
Oh, so it does effectively lead to something eventually, because I mean, obviously, as we explained, the Shay character is ruined, but in terms of the effectiveness of what happens in the story, is that Bernadette comes back to Cersei and Jaime in that room. And what happens is that because Cersei finds out, that means that they know who Shay is, what her relationship is to Tyrion, which means that she can be brought into the trial in episode 6. And then because of that, Tywin Lannister finds out who Shay is, and that then leads to when he sleeps with Shay at the end of the season. So that Bernadette thing is actually important.
Right.
Even if they fuck it up with Shay.
That's true, yeah.
Yeah. Meryn Trant has a few appearances. The funny thing is, my favorite Meryn Trant thing from the season isn't even with him there. It's the conversation that the Hound has with Arya in episode 5 about Meryn Trant and his fight with Syria Farrell.
Yes, Meryn fucking Trant.
Yeah, I mean, Meryn Trant is very background here.
Oh, he's literally just there.
Yeah, he's just there. His feud with, like, the Hound and Tyrion is not really there anymore. So...
No, he spoke at the trial, and that was pretty much it.
Oh, yeah, of course, he did speak at the trial, and he said absolutely bullshit things. Like, framed the Sansa Joffrey scene as being what he thought, what he wanted them to think it was, and then Tyrion explained all the context.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Again, gaslighting. Of course, Dantas Hollard died. He was manipulated by Littlefinger to wear the necklace, and then he got shot with a crossbow, so he's dead now.
He is not dead.
Tied off his character. We had Tycho Nestoris from the Iron Bank, played by Mark Gatiss. I quite liked him. He was cool. We also had the third act with Salador Saan, sort of tying off that relationship with Davos Seaworth. I thought that was a really fun scene. Them telling the jokes to the whores, and then Davos showing off his gold and paying him back for saving his life after Blackwater. That was a really charming moment. Salador Saan is one of those fun side characters that pops in and just sort of has cameos. It's quite fun.
Quite fun, yeah. Agreed.
Also at the Eirich with the Veil, we had Jon Royce and Anya Wayward, gaslit by Sansa and Littlefinger. Obviously, Jon Royce is a Slitheen, which is always great. That's the second Slitheen we've had in Game of Thrones after the High Septon from season 2. Speaking of, with the High Septon, he was the one that married he married Joffrey and Marjorie together. And then he was also there for the crowning of Tommen. That High Septon actually gets something to do in season 5, so I guess you got that to look forward to. He gets a character moment.
Oh.
Of course, Hot Pie had his little cameo with Brienne and Podrick. I really liked that. That was really helpful with the world building because it established like the fear that everyone has of the Lannisters, you know, and the fact that they're prepared to kill for gold and all that. And of course, you know, tying back together how he baked that wolf, that better-looking wolf for Arya. It's a shame that Brienne wasn't able to give that wolf to Arya, wasn't she? Because Arya managed to escape.
Yeah, it's almost as if she probably should have pulled it out.
That's a good point, actually.
Yeah, I don't know why she didn't do that. Sort of show a bit of peace.
Yeah. They really missed a beat there.
I thought that was going to be the reason why they had it in the first place.
They established the Children of the Forest. We've heard of bits of them before in previous episodes. They were part of the ancient history of Westeros. They were pushed to north by the First Men, and then the Andals came over. That's all part of the world building. But we saw one of them by the weirwood tree. Leaf was her name. Again, like I said in the episode 10 review, by the time season 6 comes around and Bran's storyline returns, the Children of the Forest have a completely different design and played by a different actress, and as is Bloodraven, played by a different actor and has a different design, which is pretty weird how they changed all of that. So yeah, I don't know. That's kind of funny. Again, the fireballs were stupid. I don't know why they decided to do that.
Very dumb, very dangerous.
It's like Dave and Dan don't want to do Lady Stoneheart. They don't want to do the exotic Slaver's Bay costumes. They don't want to have Dario Naharis have blue hair. they don't want to have, you know, all these, like, Patchface from Dragonstone. They don't want to have all these fantasy characters, but yet they give the children of the forest fireballs. It's like, I don't understand. There's a double standard here with the fantasy. It's a bit strange.
It is a bit strange.
Obviously, Bloodraven. Bran has been waiting to meet him since episode 2 of season 1. So you'll have to wait till season 6, I guess, to find out what he's all about. I mean, it really is a problem, isn't it? They're disconnecting you from a major character for a whole season. A character who, you know what happens to him at the end of season 8, right? So it's a bit strange that they completely cut his storyline out for a whole season. Don't show you any
giving
of his...
him, what, 3 seasons left to tell his story? And I know one of them. So effectively, I've got 2 seasons left of development before we get to the end.
They don't show you any of his training. Like, they just do a massive time jump. They just don't bother to show you... They just don't bother to show you any of his training in season 5. It just happens all off screen.
Oh, lovely.
Just what a weird thing. Anyway. We had a cameo from the Night King, if you remember.
We did. Right at the end of episode 4?
Yes. Oathkeeper, yes. The head honcho of the White Walkers. That was their only appearance this whole season.
Yeah, it was very White Walker light this season.
Yes. Getting the last of Craster's children before Craster's Keep burnt down. So that means going forward now the White Walkers aren't getting a new supply of babies. So I suppose going into season 5, that begs the question of, well, what's their next move now that they're no longer getting Craster's children?
Yeah, basically just what will be happening next with them.
And I guess who is the Night King and what's his purpose?
Yeah.
Because they've decided to manifest a leader around this faction of White Walkers. Which is an interesting choice, given that the White Walkers are, like, metaphorically speaking, they're supposed to represent, you know, like, climate change and all that. You know, it's supposed to be this inevitable force. But what they've done in the TV show...
climate change has a leader.
In the TV show, they decided to give them a big boss character. So that's an interesting choice. In this season with the dragons, they showed them becoming uncontrollable, and that led to some great stuff with them, like burning down the goat herd stuff and Drogon going away. The only problem, again, like I said in the episode 10 review, is the way that they imprisoned 2 of them with Rhaegal and Viserion. I thought that was weirdly done.
Tonally off.
Tonally off and logistically off too. How easy it was to get them in prison. One thing that was actually quite nice was the direwolves got quite a bit to do this season.
Yeah, Ghost was reunited with Jon, and Summer got a bit to do in fights. Yep,
Summer and Ghost had bit. I think Summer and Ghost, most of their screen time came around Craster's Keep. Mutiny storyline
and Castle Black.
Yes, obviously with episode 9 with Ghost and episode 10 with Summer with the Weirwood tree scene.
Yeah, with her delayed attack.
Yes, and I quite liked the point of view shots they did of all the direwolves. You know, showing their point of view.
I think those are really well done.
Okay, so now we get to the categories. So down below. In the description, we'll have the polls for all these categories for any of you who are watching to vote. The first category we have is the standout character overall. I have a funny feeling we have both picked the same character.
Oh, I guess we'll see.
But before I want to say who it is, I have to prerequisite with it that this was the weirdest one to do so far, because I don't think there was a single character that was left unscathed, major character-wise. At least the ones that got a lot of screen time. Every single major character, I think, that had a moment of doubt with the writing, which is a real... It kind of showed the flaws of this season, really, is that there was something wrong with all the big characters, whether that be an inconsistency or whether there be a lack of screen time. Which... I think, whereas with the previous 3 seasons, all 3 times that I've picked a best character, it's because they've been brilliantly written from start to finish. You know? So yeah, that is a factor. But yes, my standout character of season 4, the one I chose to go with was Jon Snow.
Same here.
Is it the same as yours? Yes.
Mhm.
I was thinking, because of my issues with that scene in episode 10, I wasn't sure, but then I went through all the other characters and realized they all have issues. And so I just decided to go with him.
I think more on a grander scale, I would argue.
Yeah. And he actually gets a lot of really good stuff to do this season.
He gets a lot of good stuff to do.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
so that's
basically what I was saying earlier. You can just literally repeat that in terms of, like, he was very much a character, I think, who really stepped up this season and has become really the forefront, I think, of the show in a lot of ways. And is the character that's really gone on quite the journey, I'd say. And it really culminated this season.
Yeah, absolutely. And Ken Harrington did a really good job this season as well, like performing the character.
Yes.
I still think my favorite Jon scene, though, is from the season 3 finale, though. That scene by the pond was just, out of this world.
That scene was good.
Standout location, visually speaking. I went... Now, there was quite a few good-looking locations, you know. We had the Eirich back, we had Castle Black with the wall, and we had, you know, the Weirwood tree, and we had the Night King's sort of ice castle thing. The Land of Always Winter, you could call it. And, you know, we had a whole bunch of great locations. We had... The one that I chose to go with was Bravos. I went with Bravos. It only appeared once, but just the whole way that was directed, and the whole thing of Stannis and Davos sailing through the Man with the Sword, guarding the free city with the only entrance, that massive design with the Iron Bank and everything. I just love Bravos. I love the whole geography of it. I love the design of it, the textures, the costumes, it's so different to everything else, and it's such a... We've had so much build up to Bravos, all these characters like Syria Farrell and the Faceless Man that wore Jack and Agar's face. And, you know, at the end of the season, we also saw another character with Arya that was from Bravos. And we've heard all sorts of things. Salador San is from Bravos as well. And it's just... It was such a great visual. I loved the location, and I think it's such a cool, you know, cool concept of a place, really. I think Marine also, visually speaking, was quite good as well, but I think Bravos takes the cake for me. What was your favourite location of season 4?
For me, it was between two places, both within the same sort of region, I guess you could say, but the choice that I went with was Castle Black. I was very, very impressed with the direction for a lot of scenes in Castle Black, especially episode 9, episode 9, The Watchers on the Wall. I was very impressed with how that was all structured and choreographed with all these set pieces, especially that big long take along the ground. I thought that was incredibly impressive. So, Castle Black, I think, setting-wise and structurally, cinematography and direction was all so visually impressive to me, and it was quite impressive what they managed to pull off, especially in episode 9. It was quite... I remember that one shot in episode 10 with Mr. Aegon, I think. Yeah, Mr. Aemon. Yeah, he was that shot coming from below up as he was talking was very good when you got the massive shot of the wall.
The entire wall behind him, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that was such a good shot. So yeah, my pick it was between that or Crash's Keep. You know, I thought that was also very impressive.
Yeah, for different reasons.
Especially yeah,
like the wall was quite a spectacle, whereas Crash's Keep was more claustrophobic and quite horror inspired.
Yes.
Yeah, I think visually speaking, a lot of the locations had some really good work in this season, on the whole.
Yeah. So,
Yes.
yeah, that is my pick, Castle Black.
Absolutely. All right. The standout side character. This is always one that's difficult. So just again, the parameters. You can't choose a Stark, Lannister, Targaryen, Baratheon, or a bastard from one of those houses. For this season, I have chosen to go with Oberyn Martell. I thought Oberyn was excellent. Loved the casting choice. Loved his story. Loved his character backstory. Loved his place of the world building. Performance-wise, brilliant. Loved his tie to Tyrion story, with Cersei, with Marcella, and obviously his revenge with the Mountain. Pedro Pascal's just so excellent. Yeah, loved Oberyn. Fantastic. Consistent as well. Consistently written. Very well written character. I will be your champion. Who is your standout side character of season 4?
Again, a tough toss-up. One of my choices was Oberyn. I thought he was pretty fantastic throughout the entire season. But my pick was Littlefinger. I just enjoy so much the performance behind him because it's such a different kind of performance compared to everybody else. So he brings such a different presence on screen whenever he's on. And I really enjoyed the actions he took this season. And I think he had a lot of the standout scenes and a lot of episodes he was a major part of. And yeah, Littlefinger's always the most impressive thing for me for a lot of episodes of this show. And I think this season was no different. So it was a tough toss-up between him or Oberyn, but I think Littlefinger for the presence and the where he's going to be going next in how he's left this season. I'm very looking forward to see what happens with him. So yeah, I would say Littlefinger just is my pick.
All right. The standout music track. Now, this is always difficult because there's so many of them, and Raymond Javadi is so talented. I nailed it down to quite a few good ones that I liked, and I got pretty close in the top 3. But I have decided to choose the song called "The Real North." It is the song that plays when Jon burns Ygritte on the pyre, and it just is this beautiful rendition of their theme from season 3, replayed again with a different context, and I just think it's so gorgeous and perfectly fits that scene. I had some very close runner-ups though. The other one I thought of was Two Swords, which was in the prologue to episode 1, and there was one other one, I can't remember exactly what it was, but yeah, I know there was one other one that I really liked. But yeah, I've chosen The Real North as my favorite music track.
This one, I feel like it wasn't easy, but once I first heard it, I was kind of set in stone because I was so impressed with this track in many ways. But the track I went with was Two Swords. I adore this track as an opener to the season because it felt like such the thematic pick to open up this season. It being such a great transition from the first sort of era of this show to now. It was quite a masterstroke, I would say. So well suited to the scene itself. It starting off so elegantly with the Stark theme, and it being sort of sinisterly transitioned to the Lannister theme was quite impressive. And I think we've mentioned this a few times this season, and that was quite the masterstroke of the music, how well it transitions from between themes. This one was no different, and I think probably the most standout for me. I think it was such a great track to open up the season and transition into the main titles. Yeah, it's quite memorable, and it's so impressive musically as well. So yeah, Two Swords I'd say is my standout music track.
Right, the standout worst thing in the season. So for me, this is probably comes to absolutely no surprise, given the rage I gave it. But it's, you know, just personally as a book reader, I can't understand why you would leave such an important detail on the table and execute it differently in the worst way possible. For me, the worst thing in this season is omitting the Taisha and Lancel confession and not replacing it with a sufficient, I guess, rationale for Tyrion killing Shay and Tywin. Really is the worst thing about the season for me. Because what it does is it takes one of the best things in the books and replaces it with one of the worst things in the show. Yeah. It's that whole thing of how Dave and Dan change the characters and keep the same plot points of the scene of Tyrion being let out of prison by JB and then going to kill Shay and Tywin is just, it's fucking terrible. And it's like, for me, it is by far the worst moment in the whole of season 4. It's just unbelievable character assassination. And it's just, yeah. I think it's one of the worst moments in Game of Thrones, honestly. And that's quite saying something, given some of the stuff we're going to get later. But I really do think it was. I think for this, there's a lot of moments later in the show, but people are like, well, what about this? What about that? The thing is with this moment is it's coming off a really, really strong setup. You've got a lot of great Game of Thrones before this moment, and then this shits on that straight after it. Whereas there's stuff later in the show that's also really bad, but it doesn't follow up on something so good. And that's why this is so disappointing. This scene that ties off Tyrion and Tywin and Shay and Jaime's sort of character arcs in season 4, and it's horrendously executed. That's my worst moment of season 4. Worst thing about it. What's your standout worst thing about season 4?
Ah, it should be no surprise. It is the death and assassination of Tywin Lannister. No, nothing in this show so far has pissed me off more than that moment. No setup to it whatsoever, no reason for that event to occur. And just a complete butcher of one of the most interesting characters the show produced, with such a unique idea behind him compared to everybody else. So much potential just wasted completely under such a great actor who had so many great scenes. Yeah, nothing really came close to this in terms of annoying me so much than getting to that scene and seeing just the absolute shambolic decisions they made and executed them just so poorly. Yeah, that nothing will piss me off more in this season than that. And that's going to be quite a hard one to get over, I'd say, going forward. Yeah, what a shite ending to a quite interesting character.
Yep. Of course, with standout thumbnail, neither of us have seen any of them yet, but if there is a straw poll in the comments, you can all vote for what your favourite was. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm also going to, if there's a new website for something similar to it, I might remake them for the seasons 2 and 3 ones, just in case.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe we'll try and read them out again at some point later. So then, episode ranking from 10 to 1. I'm sure you all know how this goes by this point.
Yay.
Who wants to go first? Should I or you? I don't think it really matters, does it?
No, not really. We know which ones.
I'll go.
It's so obvious.
I'll lead. How about that?
Yeah, I guess so.
So, we're going to rank every episode of this season from 10 to 1. like we have done with the past 3. Number 10, The Children,
Snap.
the finale. By far, not just the worst of this
Fucking
season,
Terrible.
but the worst episode of Game of Thrones from the first 4 seasons. It is such a letdown in so many ways. Jon's negotiation with Mance Rayder is questionable character-wise. The geography of Stannis Baratheon is, and the way he turns up is weirdly executed. And the Mance the Mance yield, the whole thing of him, throwing wildlings around the other side of the walls to for another attack instead of using the horn adaptation. The whole way they execute Bran getting to the weirwood tree with Jojen Reed dying is weird. And the stupid fight with Brienne and the Hound with Podrick and Arya was fucking just botched to all hell. The polarity of Jaime Lannister is strange. Of course, Cersei getting Pycelle out of his own workshop is a bit weirdly executed. I don't really know if I can believe that. And of course, the way in which Daenerys escorts her dragon to the prison is too easily done. It should have taken a lot more effort to get them there. It should have been, way more struggle. But of course, the worst thing about the children, the thing that really plummets it down to the bottom, is the assassination of Tyrion Lannister's character arc. The assassination of Tywin Lannister's ending. The already assassinated, but just by this point completely jumped the shark of Shay's character, just absolute mess. And of course, the sabotaging of Jaime Lannister's character arc going forward, the out of character point of view of Varys in that whole thing. That whole thing of Tyrion coming out of prison, going to Tywin's room, killing Shay and Tywin, then going across the Narrow Sea is utterly, utterly, utterly terrible and ruins the episode. And the only real redeeming things about it is that the production's quite good from Alex Graves, and there's some good music, and the scene where Jon burns Ygritte on the pyre is actually brilliant. But everything else is either problematic, flawed, or it's downright terrible. Your thoughts on it?
Yeah, I pretty much agree. Yeah, as it was really bad. Second half especially was just an absolute mess. From the fight to the very end. Yeah, shockingly bad. Really shockingly bad. A complete butcher of a lot of characters. And yeah, so just the sign of things to come.
Oh, yes.
Just an absolute dog shit finale.
Mm-hmm.
No idea how this is praised so much.
Oh, yeah. There's people that consider this to be one of the best episodes of the show for some reason.
Yeah.
I don't know why. It's never, there's always, even from the first day I watched that episode, I was like, something didn't feel right about that. I was like, I could just tell it was off. I could tell everything was stilted and wonky. I was like, ugh. Just didn't feel right. I got to the end of it and like, nah, that just didn't work. Anyway, now that you snapped, what is your number 9?
My number 9 is Breaker of Chains.
Snap! Wow, what a coincidence.
Oh, what a coincidence. Yeah, the reason being why is because while there's a lot of decent stuff in this episode, the Jaime rape scene is not good. Very much a big no-no for Jaime's character. Kind of ruins quite a bit of him with that scene, unfortunately. It's a shame because I remember there being quite a lot of decent stuff, here, with Littlefinger's reintroduction, the scene with Tywin talking with Tommen, the scenes of Arya and the Hound, quite interesting there.
Yeah, of course, the Dragonstone stuff with Davos trying to figure out to replenish Stannis with the Iron Bank of Braavos.
Yep.
And the Golden Company.
Obviously, got the actual Breaker of Chains scene.
Yep. At the Marine.
Yeah, there's a lot to really like in this.
And Sam sending Gilly to Molestown as well. There's a lot going on there.
Yep. just a shame about one scene that really drags it
Yeah.
down quite a bit.
Yeah, Breaker of Chains also has the scene where Eirich, Tormund, and the Thens raid Ollie's village. So
Yeah.
there's some good stuff in there, but the botching of the sex scene with Jaime and Cersei really lets it down big time. It's a shame. It's a real shame. All right, well, now that I've snapped, my number 8 is Mockingbird.
Snap!
Oh, wow, what a coincidence. How did that happen 3 times in a row?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Mockingbird doesn't have anything outright terrible in it, but it's got quite a few issues littered throughout. It's got the awkward reintroduction of the mountain. It's got the weird sort of plot hole of Jaime not really offering himself up to be Tyrion's champion. Although having said that, the scene with Bronn and the scenes with Oberyn are fantastic. I love those scenes. But then of course you got the silly sex scene with Daenerys and Daario Naharis, which is just whatever. You got an okay scene with Melisandre and Selyse. The scene with Alistair Thorne and Jon is fine. And then you get this bit with Brienne and Podrick meeting Hot Pie. That's all fine. The stuff at the Vale is really interesting with the, the slapping of Robb and Arryn, Littlefinger confessing himself to Sansa, Lysa Arryn seeing it, and then Littlefinger pushing her down the moon door. And yeah, that's interesting. But then, of course, there's that weird bit where the Hound and Arya kill Roj and Biter and find out about Joffrey's death. It's just a bit strange. Although, to be fair, there is that scene where the Hound talks about, how he got burned. So that is a positive in that regard. But yeah, on the whole, there was just a whole bunch of weird little issues littered throughout the episode, and it was a bit of a cool down from everything else. But highlights include Oberyn and Bronn's scenes with Tyrion and the Littlefinger stuff at the Eyrie. Your thoughts?
Yeah, pretty much the same. I think there was quite a lot of really good stuff in here. I think really peaking with Tyrion and Oberyn. That scene was pretty much the peak of the episode for me. There's a lot of really decent stuff here and there. A scene with Bronn and Tyrion I really enjoyed, just as a nice little ending to Bronn's relationship with Tyrion, really, seemingly. And everything with, Littlefinger, really enjoyed that. But yeah, little just issues here and there that just bring it down just slightly, and it just not really capturing that same sort of energy the last episode did. With, yeah, Laws and Gods and Men. Yeah, just this episode really, in terms of the comparison to, the ones below it, it's still much stronger. Just missing that consistent spark, like that the scene near the end does throughout. But no means a terrible episode. Just missing that little something, I'd say.
Mm-hmm. And also you saw Michael Hussman get wasted as Daario.
Yes, you did. Yeah.
Alright, what's your number 7?
My number 7 is Oathkeeper.
Oh wow, snap. Again, 4th in a row.
Yeah, this one, its main issue is sort of all the marine stuff. Just sort of missing the mark, at the start. Really strange way to do it. Very rushed, I would say, as well. A lot of characters in that setting, not really getting any screen time at all, other than Grey Worm and Daenerys. Other than, that, there's a lot to like in this episode. The scene between Brienne and Jaime was quite the highlight, I'd say. Echoing back to a lot of season 3. Which was very well done. And I think a lot of the stuff at Cruster's Keep near the end was very, very nice, I'd say. Carl Tanner being quite the character, despite limited screen time throughout.
Yes,
He's got quite a
the twist of Locke turning up at the wall as well was very interesting.
Yeah.
And that scene of the Night King first appearing with Craster's baby too was in this episode.
Yeah, quite striking imagery a lot of the time in that scene. Yeah. So slightly above Mockingbird for a bit more consistency. Just shame about Marine at the start.
Yeah, Marine's the main issue here, really. I think everything else is pretty solid.
Yeah, that was stronger. This would probably be a bit higher up the list, honestly.
Yeah, I mean,
there's a lot of really good stuff in here.
Yeah, I'd say the Marine stuff is the low light. The Jamie, Brienne, and Carl Tanner stuff is the highlight. Everything else is just solid, really.
Yes, I'd say so.
Well, I guess that means it's my number 6 then?
Yes.
My number 6 is First of His Name.
Snapperino.
Oh my god, we're on a roll here, 5 in a row. Well, First of His Name is quite an interesting episode. For the most part, it's really, consistently solid. It has them turning up at the Eirich again with the weird sort of issue of Sansa's hair not being disguised a bit, but that was my only real massive niggle with the episode. Tommen is crowned king, but the main thing you get out of that is that conversation Cersei has with Marjorie about that. Of course, the small council meeting happens here, I believe, which is, that's a big part of it. You have the water dancing scene with the Hounded Arya. That was hilarious, fantastic. The conversation about Ciri Farrell and Meryn Trant, and also some of the great scenes with Brienne and Podrick getting to know each other better was really good. The best thing about this episode, though, is the mutiny at Craster's Keep that combines both Bran and Jon's storylines together, and technically Bolton's as well if you could include Locke. That was excellent, especially the battle. Mini-boss battle at the end was fantastic. It was really well done. Loved the little crossover with Locke trying to capture Bran, with the direwolves also tying into it. It was just this great little story that really boosted the middle of the season. Though the one thing that I really didn't like about this episode was that bit in Marine. Just the exposition scene was just really lazy and could have been utilized way better than it was. But yeah, I'd say First of His Name's a real solid episode on the whole. Marine letting it down slightly, but then Craster's Keep boosting it up massively.
Yeah, I'd very much the same. This would probably be low on the list without sort of the last 15 minutes, last 10 minutes of the episode. Because a lot of it is pretty decent, with some, issues here and there, especially in Marine, being quite exposition heavy in comparison to how exposition is normally done in the show. But, those last 10 minutes are pretty excellent. Probably the sort of peak of the middle ground of episodes, other than the trial scene. Because this is up there, I'd say, this final 10 minutes. Kind of, brings the episode up quite a few places, I would say, thanks to the Carl Tanner fight, which was quite the spectacle and imagery at the end. Very well executed that fight was. I'm very impressed. Yeah,
Alright.
Saying, fine enough episode with issues here and there. Last 10 minutes, excellent.
Alright, your number 5.
My number 5 is The Mountain and the Viper.
Finally, we don't snap.
Yeah, this one, sort of the episode I would say so far on this list that I'm more than happy to say is pretty consistent overall from start to finish, other than that big scene about the beetle. That's the one little thing that is a bit strange. But the rest of the episode, I would probably say, is up to par with the overall standard of the season. Some really good standout scenes. I'd say the opening is really well done with all the stuff in the north. I'd say the stuff with Theon / Reek was excellent. Performance-wise was very impressive from the actor. I'd say the stuff at the Eirich was also very excellent in terms of quite a moving forward with Sansa's and Littlefinger's sort of relationship. Really enjoyed that. And finally, a bit more for Meereen, really, so far on this list of the exit from Meereen of Jorah, which was quite a well-performed scene and required quite a lot. So, and other than that, with the final scene being quite the explosion, I guess you could say, with Martell's death, quite shocking episode, I would say. Other than that one scene in the jail was pretty. First one off his list, I'd say, I would happily say, is a pretty good to great episode. Just that one scene holding it back from being higher up on the list.
Alright. My number 5 is The Laws of Gods and Men. So, this was, for me, a mixed bag of an episode. I really liked the Iron Bank stuff in Braavos with Stannis, Davos, and Salador Saan. And I think that in Meereen, they actually showed some of the repercussions of Daenerys' actions with his Dar-Zola Rak and his father. That was fantastic. And of course, we had the trial was the main thing about the episode. The only thing with the trial is I think Shay's part of it was kind of messed up, and that kind of puts a big black bit of mold on the trial. But everything else to do with it was excellent, especially Peter Dinklage's performance, one of the best in the whole show. I loved the stuff with Tywin and Jaime and that, and all the confessions and stuff. It's just the Shay stuff was shit, and it really ruins it a bit. And then I wasn't a fan of the Dreadfort attack from Yara with Ramsay and Theon. I thought that was botched as well. So the Dreadfort stuff and the Shay stuff really lets this one down, because apart from that, I thought this was a pretty awesome episode with a great bit in Braavos and a great, big speech from Tyrion. So yeah, I do think the highs of the Laws of Gods and Men are some of the highest highs in Season 4, but I think the lows are pretty bad, which let it down a bit. So that's a shame. So that's why it's my number 5. What's your number 4?
Well, funny enough, my number 4 is The Laws of Gods and Men.
Okay.
And the reason why it is probably just eking out on number 4 is probably Tyrion's speech. Because it's probably one of the most gut-wrenching and brilliant performances in a speech I think the show's had. I think Peter Dinklage's performance is pretty darn excellent, and the dialogue is pretty darn excellent to go along with it. Think just lines of, "I've been on trial for being a dwarf." Yeah, it's just excellent stuff there. Of course, little issues like with Shay's reasoning for going on trial against Tyrion were a bit strange, to say the least. And the attempt to rescue Theon / Reek was strange in parts as well. But I think the rest of the episode, very, very, very good. I think Meereen finally, at that point, was starting to really actually have actual conversations and actual conflicts for Daenerys, which was nice. I think everything in Braavos was very, very visually impressive as well. And yeah, I think the trial overall, bar Shay's appearance, was pretty excellently done. And I really enjoyed Jaime and Tywin scene together as well. Yeah, so Tyrion's speech really being the difference, I'd say, for me, putting this just above the Mountain and the Viper at number 4.
Alright. My number 4 is Two Swords. The opener of the season was very, very solid. It started off really well with Tywin burning ice down to 2, with Oathkeeper and Widow's Wail. And of course, with Joffrey as a wedding present, we get that sort of last scene with Joffrey and Jaime together before obviously the wedding where the inevitable happens. We have the introduction of Prince Oberyn, which is masterfully done in the brothel. I loved that with him. And with that scene with Tyrion, where he's like, tell them I'm here. Decisions, decisions. And that was fantastic. Of course, we've got a great scene between Jaime and Tywin in there. As well, they introduced Styr and the Thenns with Ygritte and Tormund in that episode. And they have a scene with Jon confronting Maester Aemon. And the other people at the Night's Watch, signing that going forward. And of course, in near Marine, Daenerys marches and sees the slaves on the posts, and Daenerys Naharis is reintroduced. But of course, the end of the episode gets the fun sort of Arya and the Hound at the inn in the Riverlands with Polliver. She regains a needle and gets a pony. So yeah, just a really, really solid opener. Didn't really have any issues with this one. Wouldn't say it had a lot of massive highs, but it certainly was a really banging opening episode, and certainly up to the standard that I would expect from the Game of Thrones TV show before that point. Two Swords is fantastic. Great way to start the season. What's your number 3?
My number 3 is The Watchers on the Wall.
Okay.
Yeah. I think an entire episode set in Castle Black with the fight between the Watchers and the Wildlings. Executed very, very well. I think Jon, Sam, and Ygritte being the standouts definitely from the episode. I think creatively the direction was spectacular and the cinematography was very impressive. I'd say the choreography was also very good. I think up to standard for, at that point, what Game of Thrones was before the final episode. But yes, I really enjoyed this episode quite a lot. I think everything about it, performances and creative direction, were excellent throughout. Really enjoyed Jon especially. I think his sort of commanding journey into that role, it's been quite a journey to watch, and this is sort of culminated here for me. And I think Kit Harington did an excellent job in this episode especially. And yeah, a lot to really love about this episode, I think. And I think I said at the time, out of all the episode 9s of every season of Game of Thrones, this is probably my least favourite, but by no means is this not loved by me. I'd say very much enjoyed it from start to finish. Yeah, number 3, The Watchers on the Wall. Incredibly impressed.
Right. Number 3 for me is The Mountain and the Viper. The only thing that's holding this back from being even higher is the Smash the Beatles scene, because the Smash the Beatles scene is stupid. However, the thing is with talking about season 4, how many episodes having a lot of issues holding things down. With The Mountain and the Viper, instead of being a solid episode with one massive issue scene, this is an episode where literally everything is great except for the Smash the Beatles scene, because the Wildling attacking Molestown was brilliant. The whole direction of that was so well done, creatively speaking, graphically speaking, the clash between them all, and with the build-up and the panning camera, and how Gilly and Ygritte locked eyes. That was a fantastic moment. You have the whole thing at Moat Cailin with Ramsay forcing Theon to be... Who thinks he's Reek, pretends to be Theon, captures Moat Cailin for the Boltons. Ramsay is legitimized by his father. That is a fantastic payoff to his character arc. And with Reek being involved in the whole thing, in the betrayal of the Ironborn men. So fucking good. Then you have in the Vale, you have all that stuff where Littlefinger is interrogated about the death of Lysa Arryn, and Sansa helps him to gaslight Jon Royce and Anya Wainwood into believing her. And that performance from Sophie Turner was fantastic, and her transformation where she now wears the different outfit and the dark hair, and sort of developing her character, and how Littlefinger wants to develop Robin Arryn into a mare, and it's like, it was such a great payoff to that eerie storyline in season 4. Then, of course, the Hound and Arya arrive and informed of Lysa's death, and Arya just laughs after everything that's just happened over her entire life. Her father's died, and Joffrey's become king, and all that stuff at Harrenhal, and then with the brother with her without banners and being captured in the Red Wedding and everything. After all that, she just wants something, some kind of consolation, some kind of escape from all this stuff. And of course, what happens? Her aunt's fucking dead, of all things. And it's just like, it's just almost a breaking point for her, and she just bursts into laughter of just like, well, what the fuck, you know, my life is just cursed. And of course, in Essos and Marine, Barristan Selby receives a letter from one of Varys's birds about Jorah Mormont, which pardons him from Robert Baratheon, tying together that storyline from season 1, which Daenerys finds out he was spying on her, which gives her great performances in the temple, one of Emilia Clarke's best scenes. Jorah Mormont gets banished. It's a fantastic moment. It's brilliant. Probably the best thing in Marine in the whole of season 4. And then, of course, you get the fight with Oberyn in the mountain, which is also great, tying off his character, and the big crushing of his skull to end the episode, and with Tyrion being sentenced to death. Mountain and the Viper, outside of Smash the Beatles scene, is fucking brilliant. Game of Thrones. Really on the level of all the seasons that came before it. So yeah, love it. If it wasn't for Smash the Beatles, it would be a contender for number 1 for me, because I loved the episode a lot. But you know, D&D had to stick their fingers in the fucking pie. Absolutely typical. What's your number 2?
My number 2 is Two Swords. As an opener, I think it did everything it needed to, and did it excellently. I was so fucking impressed by this episode from start to finish. In terms of bringing you back into the Game of Thrones world, introducing everything it needed to, I think it did it expertly. The opening before the main titles is probably one of my favourite scenes from the entire season. In every aspect, direction, music, and just sort of structure. It's so perfectly done, it's brilliant. And pretty much every scene in this episode is pretty standout. I'd say, in terms of characters, in terms of moving us in directions going forward. I think it does such a good job in establishing us back into this world. Yeah, I was so impressed by this opener from start to finish. And yeah, that final scene was also just so much fun as well, with the Hound and Arya. Such a great way to cap off the episode, I'd say. Yeah, so much good stuff here. Direction wise, beautiful. Yeah. I really enjoyed this episode quite a bit.
Yeah, it was
Two Swords is my number 2.
It was still classic Game of Thrones for that week, for sure.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah. My number 2 is The Watchers on the Wall. It is from memory, and probably will be, because my memory's pretty strong. I'm pretty sure for me this is the last classic episode of Game of Thrones before it became what it became. Because everything after this point, there's just issues. There's always issues. And it just never hits the same highs again. But this is like one last hurrah for Game of Thrones. And you get this beautiful battle at Castle Black that pays off this entire storyline with the Wildlings and the Night's Watch attacking from both sides. Ygritte's faction at the back with Tormund and the Thenns, tying together her story with Jon. The story with Gilly and Sam coming together. Finally, after all this time, they finally pay off that storyline with Sam Otali. With Mance Raider attacking from the other side, you have a beautifully choreographed, beautifully CGI'd, and just brilliantly directed battle across multiple locations around the wall. It's just an absolute spectacle. You have the end of Pip and Gren as they go out in really cool ways. You have like the transfer of power with Geor Mormont's absence there. You have to try and figure out who's in charge between Alistair Thorne, Janos Slynt, Edison Tlint, and of course Jon Snow, the centerpiece of the episode, who does brilliantly. I love the way it's directed. I love the continuous shots. I love the action choreography. I love the color grading. I love the lighting. I love the dramatic moments. I love the pacing. Just everything about the Watchers on the Wall is just so much fun. And the only thing that lets it below some of the other episode 9s before it is that characterization isn't as in-depth and as strong, but in terms of executing what it was doing, it did it really, really well, and it was consistent all the way through. And it's, for me, the last true great episode of Game of Thrones before it turned into Dave and Dan's nightmare. Known as Season 4, Episode 10, up to Season 8, Episode 6. So I suppose that means our number one is the same once again, 4 seasons in a row. Mm-hmm. Number 1, The Lion and the Rose. You go first.
Indeed. Yeah, no surprise here. Probably with the most standout final 20 minutes of the entire season. Quite the event of Joffrey's death, executed perfectly, pretty much. So much brilliant performances, and just, yeah, that final scene is just incredibly well done. And there's a lot of really good stuff in the rest of the episode too. You know, there's obviously scenes between Reek and Ramsay, along with Roose Bolton.
And Locke as well.
Obviously, yeah, and Locke. Obviously, you got Tyrion giving quite a performance with Shay. Unfortunately, she not up to par with him, but quite the performance from Peter Dinklage in that scene. A really, really great one there.
Mm-hmm.
And just, yeah. But the main event, obviously, the last sort of 20 minutes with the wedding. Just how it's all paced and structured. All the characters interacting with each other. Yeah, you can't really top this, really.
It's kind of no surprise that this is the last time that George R.R. Martin, the author of A Song of Ice and Fire, would work on the Game of Thrones TV show, because he wrote this episode. Mm-hmm. And after this episode, you can just feel the show just slowly crumble and die a bit.
Quite a bit. Yeah.
And you can sense that his presence in the writer's room is absent. And it only becomes more absent as time goes on. Because this, for him, showing why he, the writer of A Song of Ice and Fire, knows what he was doing. Why doing an adaptation of these books was such a great idea. And why Dave and Dan, they really got too full of themselves by the end of this season and seasons to come. And it's a shame because Martin himself went into the show that adapted his own books and upstaged them in season 4 and did the best episode of it. With Joffrey's death, with the whole wedding, with everything, the presentation of it, with all the different details and all the character meetings together. Like with Oberyn and Ilaria Sam meeting with Tywin and Cersei, and then with Cersei meeting Brienne, Cersei meeting Pycelle, Loras Tyrell meeting Jaime, Joffrey's death obviously with the Marjorie and then Mace Tyrell's part of it, Olenna Tyrell and her part of the conspiracy to kill Joffrey, with Sansa there, with Tyrion, and then obviously the reintroduction of Tommen with a new actor sitting there about to usurp his own brother as he dies. The midget dance and everything like that. And obviously in the rest of the episode you got the stuff at the Dreadfort with Roose Bolton, Ramsay, Theon, and Locke and Walder. That's all brilliantly done and set up for the rest of the season. You got Bran having his visions of the future in this episode, which were really cool. And of course, you've got Melisandre ordering people to be tributed to the Lord of Light, re-establishing what to come with Stannis' storyline. They really developed Stannis' wife's character in this episode. Because you'd only had one episode before in season 3. They really established her disgust towards Davos Seaworth and Shireen. And I think, overall, this was just a really solid episode. And the only pickle I have with it is the choice to make Shay the character that they did. To make Shay fall in love with Tyrion was a mistake. But Peter Dinklage's performance in that scene is just so unbelievable that you can almost forgive it there. Just not later. Because not even Peter Dinklage could save the finale. But yeah, The Lion and the Rose is the best episode of season 4. It's amazing. Amazing Game of Thrones. And, well, you know, maybe you'll disagree with me, but I don't think any of the future seasons quite reach the heights of it. Which is a shame. Because this show was so great. At one point in time, it was so fucking great. Yeah. Anyway, so, now that we've ranked the episodes, sort of assessing the overarching story of Game of Thrones from season 1 till now, and going forward, sort of, where do you think we're at and how we're going here, now that we're at this point?
Oh, man. This first half has been pretty darn good. Man, just this last episode has really, really taken a turn for the worse. It has really put a quite doubtful mark on future seasons. And it's probably, if I would hazard a guess, just the start of this ever-going decline of the show's quality. And yeah, not looking forward to seeing where a lot of places go next. There's still stuff to be hopeful about, still stuff that have got things about them that can still be consistently decent and of quality, but we're not in a great place. Let's just say that. Yeah,
I mean, there's still, with season 5, they still do adapt some of George R. R. Martin's stuff, I guess. And then there's a couple of things in season 6 as well, like sprinkled in there. But for the most part, going forward, we're going to have Dave and Dan's show, really, from here. Because they're kind of running out of stuff, because they're sort of speeding through A Feast for Crows and A Dance of Dragons, because for some reason, they just don't want to adapt those books properly. Don't know why. Maybe because they wanted to end the show early. Anyway. Give your conclusion and rating out of 10 for season 4 of Game of Thrones.
Overall, as an overall package, it is a good season of TV. Its ending, though, really puts a sour taste in your mouth with how poorly of a job they do in executing that sort of last 20 minutes and ruining 2 of probably the show's best characters at this point. Yeah, it's a real shame. A real shame, because a lot of this season has some excellent stuff in it, and a lot of episodes are still of a good standard of the show. It's just that last episode really drags it quite a bit. Overall, this is definitely the worst season, I'd say, out of all the 4 seasons, just because of the major blunts of quality throughout, especially in Breakers of Chains and the children especially. So I'm probably going to give this season a 7.5 out of 10. A lot of the episodes do a good job at keeping it at a relatively good standard. But just 2 episodes do a really, especially the children, which really is really bad and noticeably flawed, brings it down quite a bit in terms of a rating. So I'd probably say as an overall package, it's a good season of TV, but it is quite flawed in a few places, especially by the end. Quite disappointing and to give a season such a good rating, but yet feel so off about it. It's such a weird way of feeling about it.
Yeah, it was a complicated thing, right? Because Game of Thrones Season 4 is mostly really good, but it's that final nail, that crash of the Titanic and the iceberg. Because I have such mixed feelings on Season 4 of Game of Thrones, because I really like a lot of it, but at the same time, it's also the season that kills the show by the end. So in a way, I almost hate it for that, but I also really like a lot of it. And I actually had the same number in mind as you, 7.5 out of 10, because it's a good, overall, it's a good season of Game of Thrones with a lot of good stuff in it. But just, man, that final episode is just, holy shit, it's so bad. It's so damaging to the show. So unbelievably damaging to Game of Thrones as a whole. Especially going forward. So yeah, a real shame. A real shame that we've hit this point now. 7.5 out of 10. What would you like to see from Season 5?
Oh, I'd like it to be good. Yeah, I'm hoping some stuff can be salvaged here and there, but expecting it to be at the very least the same level with the how poorly done that last episode was and how much it's got to kind of recover. Yeah, there's not much hope of it coming back to a really good standard that the show can be. Yeah, I'm not expecting much in terms of an improvement based on this season. What has been affected.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if... Well, there's always the case of maybe it's better. That's always possibility, I guess. There's the case of, do we get another flawed season that has some good stuff, but then also some bad stuff? Or is Season 5 going to be the first bad season overall? That would be the real question, right? That you'd have to ask yourself there.
Yeah.
It's interesting because adaptation-wise, Seasons 3 and 4 cover a lot of A Storm of Swords, which is one book. And Season 4 dips its toes a bit into Feast for Crows and A Dance with Dragons. Whereas Season 5 is past A Storm of Swords now. We're now on to books 4 and 5. And it basically crams everything else that's left, almost everything else that's left, into one season. And that's like... book-wise, that's like 3,700 pages worth of material crammed into 10 episodes, and a lot of it's not even used. A lot of characters don't even exist. So, and actually anyway, much of it's not even in the books, much of it's original anyway, so this is kind of it's certainly going to be interesting, I'll say that much. Season 5 is quite awkward. If that's the best way I can put it, it's kind of awkward. And I have a lot of things to say about Season 5. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I've got a lot of things to say about Season 5 and all the missed potential. Let's just say that. But yeah, got that to look forward to. Also, not only in Season 5 is there no Bran, but there's also no Iron Islands either, so no Yara, no Balon, none of that. So yeah.
My God.
Those they just are off screen for the next 10 episodes.
Boy, oh boy.
It's pretty major to cut out two major parts of the world for a whole season. Any final words you'd like to say?
They're fucking it. Oh God, they're fucking it.
I knew. I was in a morbid way. I've always looked forward to when we got to this point in the show. Next on the advent calendar is day 21, which you can enjoy tomorrow. Give you a little teaser. It's a video with me and Will Maddox. It's quite fun. But next time, which will probably be next year, I imagine, when we do Game of Thrones, it'll be the first episode of season 5. It is called The Wars to Come. Any anticipations before we wrap up this video?
There's a war certainly coming.
I suppose you said the most hopeful thing you have looking forward to, I guess you said, was Jon and Cersei, because they're the most consistent characters.
At the moment, yeah.
Yeah. I think that's a fair point, really. And also, Theon as well, right? Because he's still good.
Yes, he's still good. He's still good.
And Sansa.
Sansa and Littlefinger, they're still around.
So, you know, it's not all doom and gloom.
Not all of it.
We'll see you tomorrow for day 21 of the Advent Calendar. And we'll see you next on the Game of Thrones for the wars to come. Bye-bye.